Good morning and welcome to the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building, home of the Maryland State Department of Education. Pleased to call the May meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have quorum for the State Board? Thank you, sir. At this time, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're quiet this morning. All right. All State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from our website and on YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted both on our website and on board docs. Before we begin today's agenda, I want to briefly reflect on the broader moment in public education here in Maryland. Earlier this month, the Education Recovery Scorecard identified Maryland as one of the fastest improving states in the nation since 2022, ranking third nationally in literacy growth and fifth in mathematics growth. These findings use state assessment data and statistical methods so that we can actually compare end-of-year state assessments at all grade levels between states. These results are encouraging, particularly given that Maryland had fallen into the 40s nationally on multiple NAEP assessments just a few years ago. To reclaim our place among the nation's top states for public education, Maryland must continue to be a pace setter in academic growth. The data also identify Baltimore City as a national model for both literacy, growth in literacy and mathematics. And while proficiency rates still remain below where we or leaders in Baltimore City want them to be, the progress is undeniable and in many places is outpacing much of the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Dr. Santelises, who I'm sure we'll get to see later on this morning, and her team for a decade of leadership that has left an indelible mark on Baltimore City Public Schools and serves as a model for all 24 school districts in Maryland. We are beginning to see evidence that disciplined implementation and sustained focus on teaching and learning in all of our districts are making a difference. This year also reflected meaningful progress through strong partnership with the General Assembly and leaders who continue to fiercely support public education and expanding opportunity for students. We are also entering an important phase of redesigning Maryland's accountability and school report card system. This work is about creating a clearer and more meaningful system that better reflects school improvement across public education. We will hear an update on that progress and what will come to us in the coming year. And in a state as deeply divided by income and opportunity as Maryland, this work is ultimately about aligning systems around the belief that all children can learn at high levels when provided strong instruction, meaningful support, and real opportunity. This afternoon, we will join our colleagues from the Accountability and Implementation Board, and later today, this morning, we will celebrate Maryland's Teachers of the Year. Together, these moments reflect both the policy and the people behind this important work. And as we reflect on progress related to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, what becomes clearer now, more now than ever, is that Maryland has made a deep commitment to public education and improving outcomes for children from all backgrounds. That investment in public education is paying off for our students and for our state's future. With that, let's turn to our business agenda for today. First up, we have public comment. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take in-person registrants first, followed by virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform used for public comment. If you're experiencing problems connecting your device, we encourage you to use audio. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, speakers permitted to finish their sentence, but then is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the full board, not to individual members. For future commenters to request accommodations for providing public comment, please contact Charlene Necessary in our board office no later than 24 hours in advance of the State Board meeting. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to the State Board staff, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. To date, we'll begin this morning with in-person participation, and at this time, I welcome our colleague Paul Lemley from MSEA on education support professionals. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, President Michael. I got to turn this on, don't I? All right. Sorry, I brought the machine instead of the paper. Good morning, President Michael, Dr. Wright, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Paul Lemley. I'm a National Board Certified Social Studies teacher, president of the Maryland State Education Association. If you're listening out there, Teachers of the Year, congratulations. Their dedication to students, the strength of their pedagogy, and the care they bring to their classrooms every day make them more than deserving. Maryland's schools are stronger because of them, and we're grateful for their leadership. And because we're celebrating the educators who shape our students' lives, I'm going to use my time to lift up a group of school employees whose work is equally essential, our education support professionals. There are 13,000 ESPs across Maryland earning less than $25 an hour, many taking home well under $25,000 a year. Think about that for a second, that number. They are bus drivers, paraeducators, food service workers, custodians, secretaries, and instructional assistants. They're the first faces our students see in the morning, and they lock the doors at night. For our ESPs, fair compensation is not only about recognition, it's about survival. It's about whether the people who have dedicated their careers to Maryland students can afford to live in the communities they serve. MSEA is working alongside our local affiliates at the bargaining table and the General Assembly to address ESP wages directly. This work sits outside the immediate purview of this body, but there are meaningful ways the board can move ESP priorities forward. First, the legislature's recent work establishing an ESP seat on this board creates the opportunity for the first and last people I just mentioned working with our kids to have a voice on the body that shapes state education policy. We invite you to work with us to identify and recommend an ESP when a seat becomes available. We're ready to partner in support of a strong appointment. Second, we need your partnership in determining the actual cost to establish a minimum professional salary for ESPs. If we make this a shared foundational goal, we can work collaboratively to achieve and sustain it. Finally, we ask the board to continue working with us to identify ways we can elevate ESP recognition and compensation as a priority. The 24 teachers we're celebrating can do this work because of the seen and sometimes unseen labor of the more than, I don't know how many, ESPs in Maryland who deserve to be honored in equal measure. Thank you for your continued commitment to Maryland students and educators.
Thank you, Mr. Lemley. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Next, we have Trish Brennan-Gack, coaching.
Good morning, Dr. Michael, Superintendent Wright, members of the State Board. I'm Trish Brennan-Gack, and I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Reads. Talking about reading, not so much coaching today. Our work is built around 3 priorities: improving instruction, advancing thriving reading ecosystems, and addressing barriers to literacy. And we focus on chronic absenteeism, the challenges multilingual learners face, and the overuse of technology in the classroom. The education scorecard has been generating significant attention. I want to speak about how its findings align directly to 2 of our priority areas: improving instruction and addressing barriers to literacy. The scorecard press release echoes what we have known to be true, that accountability and technology are not peripheral concerns. They are central to why children are not reading proficiency and central to what this board can do. They state the slowdown in learning coincided with the dismantling of test-based accountability in schools and a dramatic rise in social media use among young people. Although it remains unclear whether how much each factor caused the decline in scores, both are likely candidates. Both of these factors are squarely within your power to address. Dr. Wright has long been a champion for accountability, and we are encouraged by the work plan to strengthen the Maryland Report Card. Maryland Reads closely monitors reading proficiency rates, and we also track whether we are headed in the right direction. That is what a report card should do. As you strengthen these tools, we urge two commitments. Include trend data so parents can see whether proficiency in their school is improving, and invite intended users to the table this summer. Parents, family, and the community organizations that support them should shape what these report cards look like. They'll tell you what's useful. On technology in the classroom, I want to be direct. This is no longer a fringe concern. It is a growing movement, and it's not about social media and phones. Parents are mobilizing. Teachers are mobilizing. School boards are mobilizing. Yesterday, AFT President Randy Weingarten released a 10-point plan to boost student learning, and her very first recommendation calls for no screens, including no online assessments for students in pre-K through second grade. And school boards and districts are discovering this transition is not simple. The Carroll County School Board convened a work group to examine this question last fall, and they found that moving away from a digital curriculum could cost $5 to $7 million in new textbooks, an additional cost for a full curriculum rewrite. Districts cannot navigate this alone. The board and Superintendent Wright can take a visible, meaningful leadership role. You can develop transition guidance and funding pathways for districts that are ready to move now, and send a clear signal to the field that Maryland prioritizes developmentally appropriate instruction aligned to brain research that shows how books, not text-based platforms, are effective in wiring kids' brains for reading. Maryland has proven that bold literacy works. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Next, we have Maya Gandatra on financial literacy. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Maryland State Board of Education. My name is Maya Gandotra. I'm currently a freshman at Holton Arms School in Bethesda, and I'm honored to serve as Miss Montgomery County's Teen 2026 under the Miss America organization. Through my community service initiative, Finance Your Freedom, I advocate for stronger financial literacy education because I believe financial literacy is essential. My passion for this issue began when I earned my first paycheck at just 11 years old and realized I had no understanding of budgeting, saving, or managing money. When I spoke with my peers, I found that many felt equally unprepared, and that experience showed me financial literacy is learned, not automatically. And so since then, I have created my beginner-friendly financial literacy curriculum called my Teen Budget Binders, spanning from elementary all the way up to teens, to be used in my interactive workshops where I teach them these real-life world skills early on and help them build habits. I also host interviews and have specials with other finance professionals to post on my platform to make this education more accessible. Financial literacy is declining at a time when students need it most. Young people are making financial decisions earlier than ever, influenced by online spending, digital payments, and social media. Yet many lack a basic understanding of budgeting, saving, credit, taxes, and long-term planning. As a young person, I see this gap firsthand. My generation is expected to manage money long before we are taught how to understand it. And I respectfully encourage the board to strengthen Maryland's approach through a standalone credit-bearing financial literacy course for students statewide. In Wall, Maryland, financial literacy instruction and standards for grades 3 through 12, lessons are often integrated across subjects and vary by district. A dedicated course would ensure every student receives consistent instruction in budgeting, banking, taxing, credit, student loans, investing, debt management, and most importantly, financial planning. Prince George's County Public Schools offers a promising model through its financial literacy graduation requirement and practical coursework. Building on successful district efforts would help ensure Maryland students graduate not only academically prepared, but financially prepared. Financial literacy is more than money. It's confidence, independence, and opportunity. Thank you for your time and commitment to Maryland students.
Thank you very much for joining us. Next, oh, you okay?
Thank you.
Next, we're pleased to invite Levi Bradford, Public Justice Center, Discipline Data and Disparities in Discipline.
Good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, Dr.
Morning.
Wright, and members of the board. My name is Levi Bradford. I'm an education attorney at the Public Justice Center. We provide legal representation for students who are being suspended or expelled, and we advocate for alternatives to removing students from school. I've been studying Maryland school discipline data for a few years now, and I've spent significant time and resources scraping the PDF data the PDF reports that are published by Maryland's MSDE's Division of Assessment and Accountability, and I've also been calculating data points that go unreported. I am one of many advocates in the education space closely monitoring the state's commitment to equity and dismantling the school-to-prison pipeline, of which suspension is a critical criminalizing step. Last month, I tuned into the Strategy and Operations Committee meeting where the board was presented with discipline data. The video of the meeting was passed around education advocacy circles because many were concerned about the quality of the information being presented to you. The board asked good questions of the data, why it was presented how it is, and why it remains fairly inaccessible to families, and I encourage the board to keep pushing on those issues. I want to share some critical data points that weren't presented to you. Black students in Maryland are 3 times more likely to be suspended than white students. This disparity is nearly 30% greater than it was 2 decades ago. Students with disabilities are 2.5 times more likely to be suspended than students without disabilities, a disparity 21% greater than 2 decades ago. Both of these disparities are on the rise year over year. Of particular concern is some Eastern Shore districts. Last year, Dorchester suspended 7 black students for every 10 black students it had enrolled. Somerset suspended 8 students with disabilities for every 10 students with disabilities enrolled. One piece of data that, as far as I can tell, is not being looked into is the length of suspensions. I am able to determine through the data that's available to the public the disparities for suspension rates, but it's not possible to determine how much classroom time students are losing to suspension and expulsion every year, particularly the disparities in that loss of classroom time. That data does exist in MSDE's database, and I recommend the board request to see it. A question I have for the board that I understand you can't respond to now is what actions are being taken to address the severe and rising disparities in suspension rates? COMAR requires districts to identify schools with severe suspension disparities using a risk ratio and then present a plan to this board to eliminate those disparities within 3 years. Are you able to clarify whether the board has been receiving those plans from school districts? And can you talk about the follow-through from the state on ensuring the goals of those plans are met and disparities are actually eliminated? My group of education advocates will be and has been reaching out to the board and talking to some of you in the near future. We're encouraged by the board's curiosity around these issues, and we'd like to have some ongoing conversations about what the discipline data is telling us and about what we can do in collaboration with the board to help make Maryland a pioneer in education advocacy, in education equity, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Finally, for in-person, we have Douglas Conrad, Maryland Music Educators Association, Arts Consideration for Blueprint Scheduling Policy.
Good morning, Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, and members of the State Board. My name is Doug Conrad, and I'm a music educator in Frederick County, and I'm also the advocacy chair for the Maryland Music Educators Association. I strongly support the goal of strengthening academic achievement for Maryland students, including in mathematics. We all want our students to succeed and be prepared for college, careers, and meaningful lives beyond school. But as new policy initiatives move forward, I ask the board to remember that children are more than test scores, schedules, and minutes on a page. In our effort to strengthen one part of a child's education, we must be careful not to weaken access to others, including the arts. Music and the arts are not extras. For many students, they are the doorway into connection, discipline, and purpose. At a time when chronic absenteeism is a major concern, research shows that students enrolled in arts classes have absenteeism rates up to 50% lower than their peers. I also think of a student who just came to me a few years ago as a 6th grade beginning saxophonist. Through band, this student found a love for music, worked tirelessly, and gained confidence. And in just 4 years, that student earned a place in the Maryland All-State Band and is now considering a future career in the arts. Without access to their band class during the school day, this student would not have had those life-changing opportunities. That is what is at stake when students lose access to high-quality arts instruction. And while this student's story is musical, the lesson is much bigger than music. The arts help students become creative thinkers, collaborators, problem solvers, and leaders. These are the same skills we talk about when we discuss college and career readiness. This also aligns with the Every Student Succeeds Act, which recognizes the arts as part of a well-rounded education. I'm especially concerned about the policy requiring 300 minutes of mathematics instructional time per week in middle school. Middle school should be a time for students to explore, discover, and grow. And for many students, school is their only access to these opportunities. Not every family can afford private lessons or tutoring. So therefore, this is not just a scheduling issue, this is also an equity issue. And for that reason, I respectfully urge the board to include clearer protections and implementation guidance so expanded mathematics requirements and interventions do not reduce access to the arts. Maryland students deserve strong math instruction. They also deserve access to a world-class arts education. They deserve classrooms where they can calculate, create, question, perform, and discover who they are. When we protect these opportunities, we protect the possibility of what each child can truly become. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning. We will now move to virtual participation. First, we have Alicia Renee on IDEA and COMAR, noncompliance and corrective action.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Renee. I am a Prince George's County parent, and I am the founder of the IEP Files Non-Attorney Special Education Advocacy. I'm here today because there is a growing disconnect between what Maryland says is happening for students with disabilities and what families are actually experiencing in our schools. MSDE's IDEA 2026 application states that Maryland ensures FAPE, procedural safeguards, parent participation, oversight, and accountability for students with disability. The state checked yes to all of it. But MSDE's own reports on Prince George's County Public Schools tells a very different story. MSDE identified PGCPS as a high-risk guarantee due to systemic noncompliance and students missing special education services. MSDE reported over 130 state complaints tied to PGCPS in a single school year. Nearly 30% of complaints statewide. So let's stop pretending families are making this up. Parents are still fighting for service logs, still fighting for data sheets, still fighting for prior written notice, still fighting for compliant IEPs, still fighting for implementation, and children are losing educational time they do not get back. Despite findings of noncompliance, districts continue sending noncompliant IEPs to non-public placements as though nothing is wrong. Parents are told they will receive evaluations, draft IEPs, and supporting data 5 to 10 days before meetings, but many families receive those documents the day of the meeting, sometimes while sitting at the IEP table. That is not meaningful parent participation, that is procedural theater. Families are also receiving progress reports while the district fails to provide the provider notes, service logs, and supporting data behind those reports. And when parents request records connected to corrective action and state complaints, they face delays, barriers, and additional hurdles just to access information about their own child. That should concern everyone in this room. Because PGCPS publicly states students are our priority, families share responsibility for student success, accountability is key to our destiny. PGCPS mission statement speaks about equity, inclusion, student brilliance, and empowering communities. But during litigation involving special education services for my son, PGCPS attorney stated, "We were not here to do anything for the best interest of the child." Families, hear those contradictions. And many parents are beginning to believe that the system operates exactly that way. Because when parents exercise procedural safeguards, requesting IEEs, filing complaints, requesting records, or challenging placements, many families feel punished for advocating for their children. Oversight without enforcement is meaningless. Corrective action without implementation is not compliance. And progress reports without supporting data is not transparency. Maryland families are tired of polished presentations claiming progress while children continue struggling in real classrooms in real time. The question is no longer whether a problem exists. The question is, what is MSDE going to do about them? Thank you. Alicia Renee, the IEP Files.
Thank you very much for joining us. Next, we have Sharon Saroff, Special Education. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I'm glad to follow the individual from Prince George's County because Prince George's County is not the only county that is experiencing a lack of accountability. I have the majority of my clients in Baltimore County. I also have some clients in Howard County. And this year and in previous years, I have brought to your attention information that seems to go unlooked at. I'm going to give you an example of what I experience in a day. Yesterday, I had a 3-hour IEP meeting discussing a student who has a very rare disorder. That student is not understood in their classroom, and they're going into a 6th grade classroom that is less well educated to deal with their disability. I hear about, well, we have training for our teachers, for our IEP chairs, for our parents. Parents don't know half the time what an IEP says. Teachers don't know how to implement it. So how can you say to me that we have equity in special ed and our students are getting what they need? Do you know what autism is? When was the last time you updated COMAR as far as autism is concerned? Last night I looked at COMAR trying to find information about autism and discovered a note that said, we need to update this, but we haven't done that yet. When are we going to? In order for us to provide meaningful education for everybody, we need to model it. In order for us to provide good education to everybody, we need to look at all education and all students, not just the ones in the middle. We need to look at what is needed by the kids with disabilities and what is needed by the kids who are gifted and talented, which, by the way, they're being left behind too. I see more and more gifted and talented classes being cut in school systems. We need to take another look at how we are providing education to everyone in the state of Maryland, not just the ones in the middle. We need to provide equity to everyone and not just look at little pieces like phones in classrooms, which, by the way, is going to impact kids with disabilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. Last, we have Rachel McGrain, Ames, Math Policy.
Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Rachel McGrain, and I'm the Executive Director at Ames Arts Education in Maryland Schools, and a former middle school math and music teacher. Thank you all for your thoughtful conversation regarding the scheduling implications of the math policy, particularly on middle school, at the March board meeting. Though the changes are not required to go into effect until the 2027-28 school year, this is an urgent matter. Many LEAs are implementing new schedules this upcoming school year, and some have already made staffing decisions accordingly. In at least one case, this has resulted in the displacement of a dance teacher from a particular school, which ultimately means less access to dance offerings for students at that school. I urge you to take action before LEAs make more decisions with unintended consequences on student access to robust arts education. The arts support overall academic achievement, sense of belonging and attendance, confidence in community building, and the list goes on. Math is important, but it cannot come at the expense of the rich and multifaceted learning and community that is built in arts classrooms and programs. I urge you to pause or eliminate the 300 minutes per week requirement for middle school math instruction, or to develop a waiver process to allow for LEA flexibility. Further, I urge this board and MSDE to monitor new schedules being implemented by LEAs to ensure they are aligned with MSDE guidance, which is still in progress. This monitoring should ensure that schedules do not unduly restrict student access to arts coursework that is critical to their development and college and career readiness. The Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel, of which I serve as co-chair, submitted similar recommendations to Dr. Wright at the end of March. Last month, Ames hosted a school administrators roundtable on scheduling practices to support arts education. Panelists and registrants highlighted the importance of involving arts teachers in school-based scheduling. Similarly, we encourage LEAs to involve arts supervisors who work closely with arts educators throughout their districts in scheduling decisions. There are excellent and creative leaders all around the state ready and willing to work together to ensure Maryland students receive the highest quality public education. And to that end, I want to give a special shout out to Dr. Otis Eldridge, a middle school music teacher who will be recognized later today as Baltimore City's Teacher of the Year. Dr. Eldridge demonstrates the passion and excellence that so many arts educators around the state bring to their students every day. We cannot afford to lose those teachers and the opportunities they provide our students to time constraints. Every child in Maryland deserves a high-quality public education, and that includes a robust and intentional investment in the arts. Please bring this conversation back to your next board meeting so the issue can receive the urgent attention it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Right, that concludes public comment for today. At this time, board members, we will proceed to our consent agenda. We have 8 items for consent. First, we have approval of the April 28th meeting minutes. Second, personnel actions. Third, we have several budget adjustments for April. We have a calendar, 3 calendar waivers, and 2 COMAR items permission to adopt. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? First, is there any discussion or anything that anybody would like to pull off the consent agenda? Okay. All right, is there a motion to approve? Okay. Dr. Bell, second by Dr. Lewis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, at this time, we'll proceed to our LEA update. At this time, pleased to call on Dr. Derek Simmons. Welcome, Superintendent, Caroline County Public Schools, and welcome you for our 10-minute update.
Thank you. Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Dr. Wright, and members of the Maryland State Board of Education. I am pleased to bring greetings on behalf of the 24 superintendents as a member of PASAM, but also as the proud superintendent of the small but mighty Caroline County Public Schools. As we draw to a close of the 25-26 school year and we celebrate our seniors at graduation, I'm very hopeful for the coming school year and beyond. In my brief time before you today, I want to convey my sincere appreciation for the stewardship of the MSDE team and the partnership and collaboration that has reemerged as an essential tenet for strengthening public education in Maryland. The recent Education Recovery Scorecard indicating Maryland is 3rd in the nation in reading recovery and 5th in math recovery is energizing. This demonstrates the positive impact of keeping the main thing, dedicating time and resources to professional learning, and following implementation science as part of our cycle of continuous improvement. We know there are no quick fixes in life, no meaningful solutions leading to systems-level improvement that result after sprinting to the next new idea. The work undertaken at the department and by the board to revisit state standards for content, strengthen the assessment system, and align the report card will ground the improvement efforts of every district in the state. As a nod to Caroline County being the Green Garden County, I do believe that in order for this system to grow, it'll take tending to this aligned system and provide time for these foundational seeds to mature and bear fruit. This is all about the law of the harvest and not the law of the final exam, and our future does look promising. Now, I would like to draw your attention to my community and school system in which I am blessed to serve, and that's Caroline County. For those who may not be fully aware, we are smack dab in the middle of Maryland's Eastern Shore, and we do serve the distinction as the only county that doesn't have a shore. We do not touch the bay or the Atlantic Ocean. For folks heading to North Ocean City or Delaware beaches, we are a pass-through, the last place to grab a bite to eat or get gas before heading into Delaware. However, for those of us who work in public ed there, we are 1,000 plus deeply dedicated people who are privileged to work with over 5,500 unique and talented students. As a largely agriculture-based county, Caroline County Public Schools is by far the largest employer. For decades, our funding has been generally maintenance of effort. We've been Mo since Mo started, and recently local share funded, but it's not for a lack of support from our county commissioners and our community. As a community, we elect not to be defined by our lack of fiscal resources, but rather by the depth and quality of our human resources. While we are associated with labels of high rural poverty, we are proud to use those opportunities afforded to us, such as enabling our schools to become community schools. In our annual wealth per pupil rankings, we consistently float between 23 or 24 out of 24 districts. That's on the bottom of the rankings. If we were to examine the decades of research about community wealth and the impact it has on schools, Caroline should be as consistent in our academic rankings. However, we are not. During the same time period referenced in the Education Recovery Scorecard, our progress has continued. Just as you has focused on your main things, we too have refocused on our main things and returned to the human-centeredness of our work. We committed to creating the conditions for success every day by establishing an environment that keeps students at the center. We committed to the understanding that if we are going to make the greatest difference for our students, we will only do that when all of our folks are truly supported. And we committed to our belief in family, both our school family and the families we serve. Similarly, just like the state is doing, we committed to ensuring that we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum stressing literacy and mathematics. As a part of this curriculum, there must be resources necessary to implement it, a supporting assessment system that allows for frequent progress checks, and time for staff to review and use the data to guide instruction. And lastly, just like the state, we have been explicit about implementing an integrated tiered system of support, combining attendance, behavior, and academics that is realistic, clear about movement amongst the tiers, and provides time necessary for implementation. It's when all these elements converge, the classroom is acknowledged as the most important place in the school system, with students at the center of the work. In order to harvest the fruits of our labor, consistent tending to these principles has to occur, all of which takes time. So how is our harvest looking? We have not achieved the full bounty, however, great progress is occurring. Since 2022, we have seen consistent, steady growth in our employee engagement index. We have utilized a third-party provider to measure employee engagement based on the work of Gallup since 2021. All measures are up since 2021, with many showing significant double-digit increases. One of the questions it asks is if staff intend to stay in Caroline. It's been a positive increase in that every single year. The reasons cited by our staff, it includes our students, the opportunity to make a difference, and to do what they do best every day. This year, we opened the school year with 0 teaching openings for the first time since before the pandemic. We look forward to strengthening our teaching ranks through the Grow Your Own work that is funded through a grant by MSDE that formed a unique collaborative approach across 7 Eastern Shore counties. Academically, we are proud to say that Caroline County punches above its weight class. Again, if we were to look at funding, we should be 23rd out of 24. Through a relentless focus on literacy and mathematics with professional learning that includes coaching and high-quality instructional materials, as well as significant efforts to develop and implement a clear, integrated MTSS framework, our students are performing in the middle of the pack or higher in the state. Our goal was 1, but I'm happy with where we are now and the efforts we're making. Our MTSS work has been a consistent and focused climb over the last 4 years. Our initial work included taking stock of all initiatives, interventions, and strategies utilized across the district and looking at their effectiveness. This led us to a more centered, reduced, and manageable menu of options for all of our students and staff. We also took a rather disjointed, siloed approach where we were implementing a separate tiered system for discipline, 1 for attendance, 1 for reading, and 1 for math, and designed an integrated system that utilizes data from all of these points. This created clarity and reduced the number of teams and committees at both our system level and the school level. Additionally, we spent time educating our team on structures related to MTSS. Simply put, Tier 1, core for all, Tier 2, core plus more, Tier 3, core plus more plus more. It's not that simple. but it really is, to try to break down the myth of what an MTSS system looks like. We then worked with our leaders to develop models where those tiers were available during the school day. This included extensive professional development and using Tier 2, especially at our secondary schools. We were a system that went straight from Tier 1 to Tier 3 and wondered why we had a movement problem. We had a Tier 3 problem because we were over-identifying. We went from an inverted pyramid structure, and throughout this work we have redeveloped, and our pyramid does look like it is supposed to. We are able to provide the most targeted supports to our students who need it the most, and then move our kids. While that was happening, we also redeveloped our school improvement team structures to bring more focus and empowerment back to the school-based teams that focused more on outcomes than compliance. Additionally, we realigned our assessment and data systems to provide more actionable data to teachers and coaches. And we set structures during the day to provide time for them to discuss student progress and develop plans for students who were struggling to meet standard. Dr. Wright, Dr. Bell, Mr. Greer, and others recently visited one of our elementary schools and were able to see this work in action. Much of this redevelopment work was supported by the Stronger Connections grant here at MSD and the team associated with that, as well as other grants and local funds. This focus has led to consistent improved outcomes over the past few years, and our internal data indicates continued improvement in literacy, mathematics, WIDA assessment performance, and improvement in chronic absenteeism. We're very excited to see what the official assessments will yield at the end of the year. Rest assured, Caroline County will continue to leverage the opportunities provided by MSDE to support our continuous improvement efforts. Our focus will remain locked in to ensure every student in Caroline County meets the target. We do mean all. We look forward to the strong results that come from a focused approach and from collaborative spirit embodied by the State Department of Education, one that honors the uniqueness of each district while advancing our shared goals for every student in Maryland. I'd be happy to welcome any of our state board members for a visit to the Green Garden County at any point in time. And I do thank you for your time.
Thank you. Outstanding. Thank you, Superintendent Simmons, for joining us and for the update. Certainly appreciate the conversation on MTSS. And
absolutely.
I know your loss in terms of MTSS may have been our gain here at the department in terms of
it was a loss. We've had Dr. Wright and I had our conversation as well, but you couldn't have picked a better person.
Wonderful.
The work will go well.
Board members, what questions or comments do we have for Superintendent Simmons? Dr. Bell.
Good seeing you again.
Good to see you too.
You know, I was impressed when we did visit Caroline County because of the number of mechanisms that you have in place. And I know you've been in Caroline County for quite some time. How long did it take you to really see the growth that you were looking for?
We're still working through it. Not to overuse the gardening analogy, may have hit that a little too much in my comments, but we are the Green Garden County. It is one of the things we had to do, Dr. Bell, was lay a foundation quickly and give it time to grow and make adjustments along the way. It's been a 4-year work in progress, sustained on what we're doing now. We realized really coming out of the pandemic wasn't because of the pandemic. It just helped us open our eyes to some of the systems that we had in place that weren't helping us. We threw everything at the wall. We kind of had a spaghetti approach for intervention. We had way too many options that we could not plan for. We were trying to throw everything we could. We had data systems that were disjointed. We had good systems. We had lots of good data, but nothing was focused. So it took really a good 2 years of work when Dr. Downs came on board and working with the team to really stop, think, see what we have, realign, look at effectiveness, start clearing some things out. Some of them were sacred cows. Mm-hmm. We had to have those conversations of like, this is not working. We may love it, but the data doesn't say it's doing anything. So we've got to stop doing it and then rebuild from there. So it's been a steady 4-year climb. With the structures in place, and I would say in full earnest of about 3 full school years now of implementing the MTS model, and the last 2 really getting it humming.
You know, and a follow-up question, did you see any parallels between the number of staff that you retained as you were doing this work and started to improve your systems over time?
Yes, and I would say it's not just because of the TSS work that helped that. We did notice an outcome, but there's also been a concerted effort from my board, from my team, that we go back to. Caroline County had lost a little bit of its way in terms of its focus on family, and I do mean that in terms of work family. We spend a lot of time together. We don't have to agree with everything, but we got to like each other. We've got to care about each other. We've got to demonstrate that on a daily basis. And that shift also occurred at the same time as we were making instructional shifts. And part of doing that is listening. We had to spend a lot of time listening to our staff about what we needed to go back to, what we needed to adjust, and how we needed to look at taking some things off the plate and making those tweaks. And all along the way, even this year, when we are humming much better with MTSS and some other pieces, we still have some work to do. So we can't close our ears off to our staff when they're saying, oh, I get this, but there's still a lot here. Like, let's find a better mousetrap for this. And we're constantly going through that. I appreciate the work around scheduling that MSD is looking at as we're looking at elementary, middle school scheduling, because that's our hurdle, our next hurdle to figure out, like, what's the best schedule to ensure time for staff to talk about student performance and what the assessment data is showing us without sacrificing other things. So that's sort of where we are now, to try to build it better. We're happy with our progress, but I'll be honest, a little bit of chip. When you're sitting at 23, 24 for wealth per pupil, it's cool being in the middle of the pack. Like, it's nice seeing you're doing well, but then you start looking and going, oh, let's see who's at the top. That's the goal. Let's push our kids so every kid coming out of Caroline, regardless of the fact that we're way less in terms of taxable income and wealth and usable in the immediate area, like, let's see what they're doing and surpass them next.
You know, I think you just made a case for the fact that money is not always the answer, and throwing money at something. Now,
look, we could always use.
Look, I hope you didn't talk yourself out of money.
So, Dr. Bell, if I can frame real quick, and I know you guys had the Teachers of the Year coming in. Money, funds help. Funds help. We can always, and I'm just going to speak from Caroline's perspective. We know the reality of where we are. My commissioners are awesome. They support us absolutely where they can with capital. They find ways to support us emotionally, publicly. Like, they're incredible. But I also know that they don't have a pot of money they're hiding from anyone.
Right.
I know where we live. They're great. But we can't afford to spend our time complaining about something that we can't access. We can grumble about it, right? We can be adults at a local watering hole. We complain and wish that we had. But in the morning when you get up, here's the reality. It's where we choose to work. It's where we choose to live. It's where our families live. We've got to work within the realities we have and do the best we can with it and kind of try to go against the odds. And it just means you have to reframe the conversation. That's all.
Right. And by the way, I wasn't advocating for you not to get any more.
No, I know. Look.
But I think the point I was trying to make here is that because you're more efficient at using the money that you have, now with the money that you get, it could possibly help you to get up to that first place that you're looking for. Yeah. So I think it's correcting the systems first to be able to say, okay, now we're spending our money wisely and we see some results. Then you can make a better case for, well, we need more money if we're going to improve on what we're doing, and you have the evidence to do it.
And have faith in your folks to get there.
Right. Yep.
All right, excellent. Any other questions? Comments? Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in just a moment as we celebrate our Teacher of the Year from Caroline County. Outstanding. All right. Great. At this time, we're gonna stay in our seats, but I'm gonna give us a moment because we have a lot of folks coming in for a Teacher of the Year celebrations. We'll give folks a minute to come in before we get started. Now we are ready. All right. What a great looking room of our state's best educators and leaders. So glad that we're here today. I am honored to introduce our next item. Before turning it over to Dr. Wright, I want to just take a moment to recognize our 2026-27 Teachers of the Year. As another school comes to a close, we celebrate the growth, learning, and accomplishments of students and educators across Maryland. And even as one year is closing, many teachers, I'm looking out in the room, I know are already preparing for the next, thinking about how units and lessons are going to be refined, reviewing student progress and articulating with the next grade of teachers, and thinking about students who will soon walk through their doors again next year. And while Maryland has been recognized as a national leader in academic growth, I want to state clearly that it is the work of our teachers that makes this progress possible. As a former middle school math teacher, I know firsthand that teaching is a profession where the work is never fully finished. No matter how much we give, it still feels imperfect, as though we have fallen short of all that we have hoped to provide for the young people in our care. But the power of teaching is found in consistency, in the relationships, in the unwavering belief that every child can learn, grow, and thrive. It is found in the daily work of building joyful, student-centered communities that we simply call schools. It is no exaggeration to say that we cannot do this work without you, without our teachers. There is no public education system. Today, we have the privilege of recognizing 24 of Maryland's leading educators. Thank you for the lives you shape, the futures you help build, and the hope and opportunity you create for young people across our state. Dr. Wright?
Thank you, Dr. Michael. It is indeed one of the most wonderful times of the year when we can celebrate our teachers, and so I want to say thank you to all of you up front. Our annual recognition of local school system Teachers of the Year to wrap up Teacher Appreciation Month. The Maryland Teacher of the Year program showcases outstanding educators from every grade level across subject areas and programs in all 24 local school systems. They reflect the very best of the teaching profession, inspiring young minds and hearts each day. We can never thank our teachers enough for the work before the bell rings and long after that last school bus leaves. On behalf of more than 890,000 students statewide, please join me in expressing our sincere gratitude for all that our educators do all year long. I'm also grateful for the district leaders, principals, and special guests who have joined us today's recognition. At this time, I'm going to turn this program over to Alex Reese, Chief of Staff, and Raven Hill, Senior Executive Director for Communications, to share some instructions as we begin our recognition. So I'm turning this to Raven. There you go.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, and State Board members. It is my pleasure to introduce and congratulate our Teachers of the Year. Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and board members, before we begin, please step inside the board table horseshoe. We will introduce each teacher in alphabetical order by school districts, starting with Allegheny County. Teachers, when your name is called, we would like for you and your guests to join Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, and the board for a commemorative photo. Once your photos have been taken, you may return to your seat and await further instructions by a member of the communications team.
All right, now for the moment we all have been waiting for. From Allegheny County, please join me in celebrating Elaine Davis. Ms. Davis serves as an 8th grade science teacher at Mount Savage School. Also representing Allegheny County Public Schools are Superintendent Dr. Michael Martirano and Principal Dr. Laura Holland. From Anne Arundel County, please join me in recognizing Joseph Bigsby. Mr. Bigsby is a STEM teacher at McGathey River Middle School. Also representing Anne Arundel County Public Schools are Associate Superintendent Dr. George Roberts and Principal Lindsay Abruzzo. From Baltimore City, Dr. Otis Eldridge. Dr. Eldridge is band director, music teacher, and arts integration specialist at Hamilton Elementary School. Also representing Baltimore City Public Schools are Chief of Staff Allison Perkins Cohen and Principal Natasha Pouncey. From Baltimore County, Allison Benkovic. Ms. Benkovic is English language development teacher at Chadwick Elementary School. Also representing Baltimore County Public Schools today are Elementary Schools Executive Director Dr. Nishay Bennett Pryor and Principal Kate Miller. Unable to join us today, but still to be celebrated nonetheless, from Calvert County, Dr. Mary McCauley. Dr. McCauley is science teacher at Northern Middle School, and we congratulate her as well. From Caroline County, Brittany Busick. Ms. Busick is a 2nd grade teacher at Denton Elementary School, and also representing Caroline County Public Schools is Superintendent Dr. Derek Simmons and Principal Dr. Sarah Krebs-Oberdorf. From Carroll County, Emily Brines. Ms. Brines is a business and entrepreneurship teacher at Westminster High School. Also representing Carroll County Public Schools is Assistant Superintendent Nicholas Shockney. From Cecil County, Kay Nicole Walker. Ms. Walker is a science teacher at Elkton High School. Also representing Cecil County Public Schools is Associate Superintendent Dr. Jenny Hammer and Assistant Principal Jeffers Brown. Also unable to join us today, from Charles County, Emily Leedy. Ms. Leedy is 3rd grade teacher at J.C. Parks Elementary School, and we congratulate her as well. From Dorchester County, Sierra Robinson. Ms. Robinson is a pre-K teacher at Maple Elementary School. Also representing Dorchester County Public Schools is Assistant Superintendent Dr. Michael Collins and Principal Maisha Ford. From Frederick County, Alicia Souter. Ms. Souter serves as literacy specialist at Parkway Elementary School. Also representing Frederick County Public Schools are Elementary Schools Director Justin McConaughey and Principal John Ridenauer. From Garrett County, April Fleming. Ms. Fleming serves as 10th grade English and AP seminar teacher at Northern Garrett High School. Also representing Garrett County Public Schools are secondary instruction supervisor Amy Warnick and assistant principal Brian Shilp.
From Harford County, we have Michael James. Mr. James serves as English Department Chair at North Harford High School. Also representing Harford County Public Schools is Superintendent Dr. Diane Mack and Principal Adam Milanowski. From Howard County, we have Casey Valentine. Ms. Valentine is an English language arts teacher at Lake Elkhorn Middle School. Joining her from Howard County Public School System is Deputy Superintendent Carolee Turner Little and Principal Brian Wallace. From Kent County, we have Kevin Nelson. Mr. Nelson is an automotive technology teacher at Kent County High School. Also representing Kent County Public Schools is Superintendent Dr. Mary McComas and Accountability and Career and Technical Education Supervisor Thomas Porter. From Montgomery County, we have Michelle Ellie. Ms. Ellie is an English teacher at Montgomery Blair High School. Also representing Montgomery County Public Schools are Montgomery County Education Association President David Stein and Principal Damon Monteleone. From Prince George's County, we have Clara Alsop. Ms. Alsop is an English teacher at International High School at Langley Park. Representing Prince George's County Public Schools are Chief of Staff Dr. Deanne Collins, Chief of School Support Dr. Carletta Marrow, Board of Education member Pamela Boozer-Struther, and Principal William Shulman. From Queen Anne's County, Alice Tickler. Ms. Tickler is a first grade teacher at Church Hill Elementary School. Also representing Queen Anne's County Public Schools are Instruction Supervisor Angela Giebert and Principal Susan Walbert. From Somerset County, Corey Bivens. Ms. Bivens is a media specialist at Carter G. Woodson Elementary School. Also representing Somerset County Public Schools are Superintendent David Bromwell and Principal Jensen Long. From St. Mary's County, Kenan Williams. Mr. Williams was unable to join us today due to graduation ceremonies, but he serves as a welding teacher at Dr. James A. Forrest Career and Technology Center, and if we could please have a round of applause for him. From Talbot County, Holly Sump. Mrs. Sump is a kindergarten teacher at Chapel District Elementary School. Also representing Talbot County Public Schools are Superintendent Dr. Sharon Pepakaye, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Zulika Horsey, and Principal Dr. Carrie Clow. From Washington County, Robin Papa. Ms. Papa is a mathematics teacher at Clear Spring High School. Also representing Washington County are Superintendent Dr. David Savine and Principal Dr. Megan Shea. From Wicomico County, Dr. Chelsea Taylor. Dr. Taylor is a 10th grade English teacher at James M. Bennett High School. Also representing Wicomico County Public Schools are Chief Finance and Operations Officer Dr. Brian Rager and Principal Dr. Christelle Savage. And from Worcester County, Kirsten Conway. Ms. Conway is an English teacher at Snow Hill High School. Also representing Worcester County Public Schools are Interim Chief Academic Officer Jennifer Sills and Interim Assistant Principal Christopher Atkins.
All right, please join us in one final round of applause. Teachers of the Year, please stand. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 10:34. All right, thank you. we'll go ahead and continue our business agenda for this morning. Next up, we have Comar 13A 0603, Interscholastic Athletics in the State. This is a permission to publish item. I'll turn to Dr. Wright to introduce our presenters.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Andy Warner, who heads up our Office of Athletics and also the State Athletic Association as well. And after his presentation, we are requesting that the State Board grant permission to publish for public comment Comar 13A 0603, Interscholastic Athletics in the State. Andy.
Good morning, Dr. Michaels, Dr. Goldson, Dr. Wright, and members of the State Board of Education. Today, I'm coming before you on behalf of the Maryland State Department of Education and the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association, also known as the MPSSAA, presenting a comprehensive review of Comar 13A 0603, Interscholastic Athletics. Interscholastic Athletics are one of the many extracurricular programs that are designed to contribute to the entire educational program. Their intent is to enhance the development of our students in their physical, mental, and social well-being while supporting growth and positive cultures in our schools. Students who participate in these programs tend to have higher graduation rates, GPA rates, and attendance rates by the very nature of the programming and the requirements to participate of their eligibility. Today's presentation focuses on an 18-month review and local educational agency review of the entire regulations, identifying areas in education that have been enhanced, identifying experiences of the high school students, and barriers or challenges to schools and students to better provide for our 200 member schools of the association and our over 120,000 annual participants. A similar review was conducted in 2013, and it's part of the reason why this is for the first time I've been here in about over 5 years. That comprehensive review of the entire regulation served us well back in 2013 to allow us to enhance the regulations and allow our schools to better serve our students out there. The regulations have been passed through the entire MPSSA process found in Comar 13A 0603 11 amendments with full support of our local schools, full support of the MPSSAA, and full support of PZAM. The regulations that you will find in here are substantive and editorial in nature. They focus on eligibility and changes in education delivery for students there and how they get their education, but still allowing them to participate, removing barriers there that may exist. They open up access and opportunity. They identify parities and competition, and they help support local educational agencies in administering these programs. I am happy to walk through any part of the amendments that there may be questions on or provide any information on any of the sections within the amendments of these proposals here today.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Warner. Dr. Lewis, can you please provide an update from Education Policy?
Yes, the Ed Policy Committee voted unanimously to support permission to publish Comar 13A 0603.
Great. State Superintendent is requesting that we grant permission to publish for public comment. For public comment, Comar 13A 0603. Is there discussion, question, or motions from board members?
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion. Dr. Bell, a second by Mr. Chesterfield. All right, are there questions, comments, or discussion on this motion? All right, we'll call to question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a whole bucket of Comar items from our early childhood chapter, changing in age requirements for teachers and licensing. So these can all be found in Comar 13A 1806. And then there's a bunch of subcomponents there that were related articles under that portion of our regulations that we're looking at. I'll turn to Dr. Wright to introduce our presenter.
Yes, I'm going to bring up Assistant Superintendent Sarah Neville Morgan, who is going to go over these with you.
Good morning. This one is a pretty simple requirement in that there was a law passed in 2025 that would update or decrease the age for our childcare teachers from 19 to 18 years old. So we're just asking for permission to do the same thing in our COMAR and have that changed to be 18 years old. It would be changed in each of the relevant sections throughout the childcare language, as we know we have it in multiple sections.
Recommendation from Education Policy.
Ed Policy recommends permission to publish the change in age requirements for teachers.
Okay, we're going to handle all of these together. Questions, comments, or any motions? Mr. Chesterfield? Okay, move to approve, second by Mr. Barnes. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call to question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And finally, we have COMAR 13A08, 0110, -1001. We have student expression. Dr. Wright.
Absolutely. We're going to ask Assistant Superintendent Mary Gable to come and to do this presentation. And following that, we are requesting that the State Board grant permission to republish for public comment 13A080110 and 10-01 student expression.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael. I do have a little bit of an explanation of the republishing of this, so we'll go through this quickly.
Great.
Thank you very much. This regulation, it has an overall title and then it has two parts, and that's why I just want to parse those. This regulation was out for public comment from February 6th to March 9th. During that time, for permission to publish, you were asked and agreed for student expression to do the items that are before you, that every LEA needed to have a policy on students' rights, reasonable time and place, limiting certain language, procedures for requesting approval for activities, and procedures for appealing denials of requests. Also required to have procedures for following and investigating complaints. While that was out for public comment, we received 4 letters, one from PZAM, one from MABE, our Board of Education, one from the superintendent in Carroll County, and the other from Anne Arundel County Director of Legislation and Policy. There were concerns related to 2 things. One was requesting prior approval for student activities. The second was for appealing denials of requests. There were also concerns about the timeline. With that, and discussing with the State Board, our recommendations are inclusive of the now two parts of COMAR. One, our recommendation is to remove 2 pieces, and I will show you the reg in particular, the language on a prior approval, excuse me, and secondly, on appealing. Also, we are recommending a statement that the document shall include a statement regarding local board appeal procedures. That will be in a different section. A second addition is that the policy may include prohibitions on activities of student expression, that violate school discipline policies and regulation. I did give you, it's a regulation reference to point 11, and just for your information, that is on disciplinary action. And the last one is a timing. So for the board, you're seeing what is in blue is what is the new information, not usually how you see it. In 10-01, 4 and 5 are bracketed to remove those. C is new that I went over with you, and there's some renumbering. And the last is to move it from 2627 to 2728. With that, we're recommending to the board and requesting republishing. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Ms. Gable. All right, Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. This had some lively discussion during our Ed Policy Committee, and I want to thank the members for a robust discussion. We did make 2 amendments, which brings you the policy as you see it. So thank you for everyone who participated. And we recommend permission to publish COMAR 13A, 08, 01, 10, and -10-101, sorry, student expression permission to publish. I got lost in my zeros and ones.
Excellent. All right, we have a recommendation from the superintendent and Ed Policy. Is there further discussion, questions, or a motion on this COMAR item? Which of the 3? Question, motion?
Question, comment.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Barnes.
I just want to say thank you so very much for your working with us to strengthen this regulation. Really do appreciate it. And legal as well. So.
Yes, and Alan is there, and,
Yes,
and Amanda
Alan.
is taking
Thank
care
you.
of a baby. So, yeah, we're delighted.
And we wish her well.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're good
Other
to go.
items, board members? Any motions? Okay, Mr. Barnes, motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Greer. All right. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gable. Next, and we are healthily, we're running well on our schedule. How's that? I'm not going to curse it.
Yeah.
FY27 budget review and 2027 legislative session wrap up. We'll turn it to Dr. Wright for this information presentation.
Yes, thank you. This is an information-only item, and I'm going to invite Laurel Crassley, Krishna Talur, and Neetha Gandhi to come up, and Laurel will do the legislative wrap-up, and Krishna and Neetha will do the budget review.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Golson, Dr. Wright, and board members. This combined presentation is going to give you a final overview of the approved budget, along with both the funded and unfunded legislations that were included in this year's session. With me today are Neetha Gandhi, one of our Deputy Chief Finance Officers, along with Laurel Crassley, Executive Director of Government Affairs. Normally, our CFO, Donna Gunning, would do the presentation. She is across the pond, spending some time with the family, so I'm leading the presentation on behalf of Finance. The goal of this presentation with the strategic alignment with Goal 5, and in today's presentation, we are going to talk about a little bit of our budget overview, the positions that are funded and the impact. We'll talk about funded legislative initiatives for which the budget has been included, the money has been included in this year's budget, and Laurel will talk about the legislative requirements without the associated funding. So MSD's legislative appropriation for FY 2027 is a little over $12.5 billion. Our budget comes in 3 tranches. Most of the money is in aid to education, and there was a 4.1% increase in the amount within the aid to education funding. $458 million for 58.5 is for the headquarters operation, which constitutes only about 3.7% of the overall budget. And then we have a small tranche of about $56 million for state-aided institutions, about 61 educational organizations that receive funding for experiential learning opportunities for students. We'll dig a little more deeper into our funding for headquarters and aid to education. So headquarters and aid to education funding is funded by 3 different buckets. The general fund, which is the state money, we have the federal funds and the special funds. As you can see, the federal funds that you see in headquarters are generated by indirect costs. And a large portion of our aid to education is funded by the state general funds here to the tune of about $7.8 million. The funding that comes through to the agency here fund a total of 1,358.3 FTEs across the agency. 684 of those FTE is in the department within MSDE. 674.3 FTE is in DORS. So MSDE has a little more positions than DORS, but the position composition is broken between MSDE and specifically the largest division of DORS. As part of this year's budget, MSDE's request for some additional positions or contractual conversions, they were not approved. However, a 0.4 FTE was added to MSDE's budget for the purpose of usage within the Office of Attorney General to convert a partial employee into full-time position. Next, we go to the impact of the budget and how these funds are used. The headquarters budget of $458.4 million with 1,358 positions support over 64,000 teachers to have access to high-quality professional development across 7 content areas, supporting multilingual learners, school leader training opportunities for 6,400 administrative professionals, technical assistance, data reporting, the assessment programs, as well as managing $1.3 billion of federal funding for low-income students, students with disability, teachers, and school meals program that are administered at the central office level. The headquarters funding also support the operations of 13 regional licensing offices for 6,683 childcare providers, as well as the rehabilitation services. They also have similar number of regional service offices across the state, with 355 rehabilitation counselors supporting over 1,100 adults returning to work and 8,800 students with disabilities transitioning from high school. So these are primarily the operations that are supported by our headquarters budget. Some of the programs that are administered through the headquarters budget funding includes the new funding the department received for academic excellence program. That includes $10.8 million that were part of the governor's allowance and $3.3 million that have been allocated for this purpose through the discontinuation of the ERT program. The individuals who are going to be hired are program teams under the leadership of Dr. Lise Brown, along with our Office of Human Resources, is hard at work right now. The recruitment is taking place, and as of last count, we have already identified almost 30 individuals for these roles going forward. There was an artificial intelligence bill that was also funded at $500,000 that is going to be jointly administered by Division of College and Career Pathways and the IT office. establishing standards based on statewide standards, providing training, as well as setting up some technology infrastructure around delivering content. Next, we move to the largest part of our budget, which is aid to education. It has multiple components. The largest one here is $8.8 billion, as I mentioned earlier, a 4.1% increase from FY 2027. This distributes major educational aid to districts, serving over 880,000 pre-K to grade 12 students. This includes a $37 million, which is a $10 million increase to expand high-quality publicly funded pre-K programming. There are over $250 million in federal funds supporting students with disabilities. There is funding for the title funding of close to $471 million, the spending authority that we have for FY 2027, supporting all the branches of title activities. In addition, Aid to Education also supports nutrition program in over 1,700 public, non-public schools, as well as child and adult care centers for over $550 million. Childcare scholarship, there's $571.4 million, both in state and federal funding, including an additional $20 million to support and expand childcare to over 40,000 children currently in the program, with the goal to expand it for another 2,800 children. Compensatory education program was held harmless, as well as the funding impact on the concentration of poverty program. As a result of that, as shared in the slides in front of you, the program, this results in another 5 additional schools being eligible for the program. Next, we move to funded legislative initiatives. And we are making the distinction here as a number of initiatives that get approved during the legislation do not get funded in the same year. Typically, they're funded in the future years as part of the future budget development and discussion purposes. However, some legislations were funded, including the $450,000 GO FCC funding, the child care credentialing program, the extension of funding that was at about $5.6 million. The artificial intelligence bill that I shared earlier has $500,000 funding that was associated with it. We also have the charter school funding program that also received funding, which is administered by the Interagency Council on School Construction with support from MSDE staff where appropriate, and superintendent is a commissioner member on the IAC Commission. Next, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Laurel for the other legislative matters.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So last month, we were able to share a high-level summary on the outcomes of our legislative priorities for 2026 session. So we just want to accompany the budget highlights shared today. We also want to walk through some of the major funded and unfunded legislative actions taken by the General Assembly to preview some of the future work that will be returning back to this board and now belongs to our various offices and divisions. All right, so I know Krishna had walked us through some of those funded legislative initiatives. We are going to also touch upon some additional, pull out some major developments, many of which create new work streams and may have some deliverables for this board's consideration. So some of these do not necessarily have a fiscal impact, but were noteworthy developments that we wanted to flag for you all today. All right, so first up we have our Division of College and Career Pathways. So they have 2 major programs and future actions that they will be carrying out. SB 324, so this is legislation the department supported this session. It tasks MSDE in partnership with the Maryland Higher Education Commission with standing up a direct admissions program in Maryland by school year 28-29. In order to do this, two major actions are spelled out in the legislation. So first, there's the creation of a unified admission standard, which builds on the work of the CCR standard, which MHEC will lead on. And then second, we will conduct a feasibility study to explore the best ways to really operationalize a new system, give us further clarity on costs, technological infrastructure, and other logistical components that would be associated with standing up a direct admission system. SB 204, HB 57, tasked the department in consultation with stakeholders to stand up the Maryland Civic Excellence Program, which will award seals to high school students who meet certain criteria for civic engagement, both in their studies and in service to their communities. So while the legislation broadly sketches out the program, it delegates authority to the department to determine much of the criteria and to promulgate regulations ahead of school year 27-28. So regulations, you can also anticipate, will come before this board over the next year. All right, moving along to our Division of Student Support and Federal Programs, we have HB 525, SB 928, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with at this point. The Maryland Phone-Free Schools Act also passed this session. Local boards will need to adopt and implement cell phone restrictions by school year 27-28. While the law provides a pretty prescriptive framework for what these policies must include, this is another bill where MSE will be promulgating regulations in the coming year. SB 685 charges MSDE with developing a model sexual abuse and misconduct response policy for our local school systems. So there are several components that are very much laid out in the law of what this policy, this model policy must include. A communications plan, a record retention plan, a resource platform, and then a process for how schools will evaluate their responses. So similar to the cell phone legislation, policies will need to be adopted by the beginning of school year 27-28. So much of this work will be done in consultation with stakeholders and the Maryland Center for School Safety over the course of the next year. So two others we have here should also look familiar to you all. We have SB 238, HB 340, which makes Maryland a new member of the School Psychologist Interstate Licensure Compact in the hopes that we can continue attracting new candidates to the state and increase students' access to mental health resources. While we did not receive an appropriation for this legislation, there are certain associated fees with membership of the compact for FY27. And then we have Senate Bill 810, which puts additional guardrails in place to prevent school personnel from disclosing information to federal immigration enforcement officers and requires them to notify schools and district leaders if they receive a legal request for any such information. So in enumerating what this process looks like and expanding the definition of a school zone, we see that the law bolsters the protections in place for students and employees. There's no anticipated costs associated with this implementation of this for the department at this time. This is our last set of updates for you all. We wanted to lift up a piece of legislation that could directly affect the membership of this board, which was HB 828. So prior to the law passing, as you all know, there was a restriction that only one member of the board could be an LEA employee. This increases that cap to 2 members. So it would allow the governor to appoint other practitioners in the state to serve within this body. And then finally, we have SB 648, which expands on the screening processes currently in place within our LEAs. The department will enroll each local school system within the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification, also known as NASDEC. Districts will be required to screen these candidates before they can begin their employment within the school system. And again, there is an associated cost with our membership, a modest subscription fee, and then an annual membership fee, which has been noted, of course, for FY27. All right, and with that, we will open it for any questions and discussion.
Outstanding. Well, first, we've talked about this in various settings, but I want to just reiterate to you, Dr. Wright, and to the team, what a successful year this has been based on the hard work of this department and the stakeholders across education stakeholders in executing important changes that you've highlighted here and others that didn't make this presentation in making our partnership with the legislature so successful this year. So again, want to congratulate and thank you, and appreciate getting our final budget update, and everything's officially signed at this point by the governor, so thank you for this presentation. I'll open it up to board members for questions or comments. Dr. Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your report. I just want you to define for me special funding.
Which slide are we? Special
For each, with the special funds, like general funds, special funds?
Yeah, the special funds include blueprint funding.
Has to do with, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
So special funds are set aside by the legislature for specific spending purposes. Blueprint funding is considered as one of the special funds.
Okay. Is that the only one, blueprint?
No.
There are multiple sources. There are multiple sources of special funding, blueprint, segregated restitution, teachers, we have a certification fees. Sometimes the donors, sometimes they award the grant for a specific purpose. So that's also considered special funding, blind vendors, stuff like that. So there are multiple sources of special funding.
Thank you. Dr. Rice, this question is for you. What are super coaches?
They're like the coaches for the coaches. Yeah, they're also part of the supervisory responsibility of the coaches. They're the ones that are going to be responsible for professional development. We will be bringing our coaches in across the state every single month for their own professional development, and that's going to be ongoing. And our super coaches then provide that PD and also provide that oversight and help regionally. So those will be, that's why there's only 4, with the literacy and 4 with math, because they're going to be assigned regionally to help those coaches.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Standing. Dr. Carr.
Well, first of all, thank you for your comprehensive presentation, and the materials were very accessible. I have one question and perhaps more of a comment on slide 13. It was good. It was good that we are going to have money for AI. 500K, as things go, that's enough to get things started. But I have a question again, maybe more of a comment as to whether or not you're going to be investigating international technology standards for teaching and learning for students and for faculty or teachers and educators. There's something called the International Society for Technical Education, Technology and Education, that many of the states have adopted or adapted or at least referenced in their standards. And these are global standards, and a lot of our competitors globally reference these standards. So more of a comment that if you're not planning to investigate or explore international technology standards, it would be good to think about it.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. We'll share this with the teams that are working on this implementation.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I think it is important that we look broadly at this topic. And there, you can see there's a lot. 500,000 is a start, but where there's a lot that's going to happen, as you see on that slide. It may be a short slide, but there's a lot of work behind that short slide. But one of the things I think is going to be really critical is if we can establish some kind of baseline. What are best practices around these standards? So thank you for highlighting the international ones.
Mr. Barnes.
First, again, thank you, Dr. Wright, and your team for everything you have done this session. It's been incredible to witness the work. I had a few sentiments to share on SB 9228, which is, of course, the Maryland Phone-Free Schools Act. I just think with the limitations and restrictions that are coming down the pipe, we're really going to have to be cognizant to ensure that the devices that are integrated into technology that is integrated into the school system. If, for example, your school-issued Chromebook or device that you're given, that they are new, they're operable, and that students can afford them as well. I'm sure I don't have to say this here, but we have students in poverty in the state of Maryland. You should not be paying hundreds of dollars to be able to repair a device that you received your 6th grade year of middle school, and you're now a graduating high school senior. It's not a reasonable expectation, and then it presents an equity issue as well. So I just want to be cognizant of something that I know I've been able to speak with you, Dr. Michael, about it briefly, but just ensuring that there is a standard across the state because in my personal experience as a student, you're required to give your school device back to your school or your LEA by a certain point, and if it is not in a state of, where it's operable, you will be charged a fee for that. But what I have noticed is that some students are charged that fee, and others, depending on whether or not you have a personal relationship with the person who is doing the collection, are not charged the fee. And so just ensuring that the process is equitable for every student will be important.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Other comments, questions? Mr. Talur, where am I? 14. Aid to education. Total is up 4.1%, which I just want to reiterate from the top how encouraging it is to be in a state where elected officials continue to invest in public education, particularly in this climate. These are in many ways, the projected increases that are spelled out in the blueprint and in the funding formulas. But for the public and for us, can you help us understand where is that 4.1% going? How does that flow down into schools? Where will that show up in terms of that year-over-year increase to state education?
It is included in each of the state. You'll see that in each of the state aid buckets. You'll see as the funding numbers are set in the foundation, and the percentages or the statutory amounts. You'll see it in each of the specific fundings, and we can break down the details and provide it back to the board exactly where they are in each of the streams.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, ready for our next agenda item. We're going to be receiving an update from our team on the accountability model mapping and really what is coming before us. We know we've heard a little bit about the important work that was done in the legislature this year to update the boundaries that are placed on our accountability model, and the team is prepared to help us understand all of the steps in the process that are forthcoming in the year and so ahead. And so delighted to turn it over to Dr. Wright at this time.
I'll ask Jeff Sanderson to come up, and while he's coming up, we are working, and we're very grateful for the General Assembly to make the changes that they did to our current report card. We worked very hard with all of our stakeholders. This was, in total, probably a 20-month, 2-year legislative session process, and so we're very grateful that we are where we are. So as we work together, part of what the work is going to be done is working with our Technical Advisory Committee. That has been ongoing work that we have. In fact, we've got a meeting on Friday, so all of this work comes through that in terms of the development. And then what Jeff's going to walk you through today is when you can expect decision points around how that's developing and what those indicators are, what are those components that are in the model, and how the model is changing. So I'll turn it over to Jeff, and then we can take questions afterwards.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Dr. Michael, board members, good morning. I'm actually really excited to be able to share with you these updates this morning, believe it or not. So let me kind of get to it as quickly as we can. One of the things I wanted to point out as we focus on Goal 5 is this work actually is going to remove the blank space that you see on this slide. And so that's going to be part of our conversation today as we work towards the start of developing a new school accountability system for the state of Maryland. I want to step you through a few slides, kind of tell you, as Dr. Wright alluded to, the amount of time that's been expended and dedicated to this work, and kind of stair-step how we've gotten from where we started to where we are now, and also where we're going on next steps. And so you'll see here in February of 2024, Dr. Wright formed the Assessment and Accountability Task Force. And over about the course of the next 7 months, that task force met 12 times, both virtually and in person, for lengthy all-day think tank type sessions to get to a final product, which we presented to State Board in December of 2024. In that final capstone report, it included recommendations, the short of which was that the work was important, we needed to keep going. From that, and consequently, Dr. Wright formed in April of 2025 the second phase of this work, which was the Accountability Advisory Committee. And from that, we were more compressed in the work that we were doing and more focused specifically on being able to inform state board members and others as we were heading into the 2026 legislative session. And so that particular group of stakeholders met 6 times. Again, at the end of 2025, we presented to you all a draft report of findings and recommendations, which ultimately were accepted by the State Board in January of 2026, which then also segued into the draft proposal of House Bill 1582, which was providing accountability reform and flexibility that we thought were important for continuing the work and the improvements of academic outcomes for students in Maryland. And as we all know, in April of this past year and last month, that legislation was approved by both chambers, and as recently as this week, it was signed by our governor. And so I'm excited to say that the Compass Act is alive and well and will guide our work going forward. So some of the things that we recommended through this piece of legislation ultimately was trying to develop a more universally designed assessment program that also helps to inform a system of greater precision in measuring student outcomes and the work that's going on with schools as they make progress year over year. But some of the things we wanted flexibility in seeking amendments to the current legislation was to shift the credit of completion for well-rounded curriculum into school quality indicators. It currently resides in the academic indicators, and the nature of the weighting that we have associated with individual indicators creates limitations in what we were trying to accomplish. We also, in partnership with the Maryland State Education Association, explored introducing a school staffing indicator as part of our school quality indicators to the list that could possibly better inform the culture and climate of schools in our state. We wanted to limit academic proficiency indicators to 20% of the overall score. So you think in terms of 100% as a maximum score, there's multiple indicators that inform an overall school rating. We wanted to make sure that the rating itself was still balanced as we looked at the various indicators that were available. And then also increasing the share of the school system focused on academic measures and shifting from 65% weight to 70% weight. And so in our proposed model and what we have recently approved through the Compass Act, it allows us to have 70% of a school's rating informed by what we would refer to as academic measures. and then 30% of the school rating informed by school quality measures, to which to be determined. So the next two slides kind of lay out what we anticipate for the remainder of this calendar year, as well as what we are anticipating for the upcoming calendar year in 2027. I do want to also present this to you all as our first kind of living draft, and certainly subject to feedback and direction from Dr. Wright and from State Board on interest in these activities as we go along. And I anticipate, while this is the first installment, our first update to you all, you're going to be receiving many from us as we go through this process. But most immediate, we're now in our third phase of the work. So I had referenced and mentioned the task force, talked about the Accountability Advisory Committee. We're now shifting to the third phase of this work, which once again will bring stakeholders together in a broader sense of assessment and accountability advisory committee. And it once again will be led by Dr. Scott Marion from the Center for Assessment, as well as additional team members from the center. The next two bullets, I want to pause just briefly and give appreciation for the team for these next two bullets. It's actually coming to you the soonest that it's ever come to you. And so, as many of you know, Dr. Wright is very efficient, and she expects her staff members to be efficient as well. And so we have been pushing hard to be able to move this up in the timeline, not only being able to get results as quickly as possible to the field and to you all to inform school improvement efforts, but also in being able to release the ratings as quickly as possible. And so what you'll see here for the second bullet, in this upcoming July, we are scheduled to present to you all the full release of MCAP results from the 2025-2026 school year. The next bullet, consequently, because we are running faster, we're going to be able to bring to you all the Maryland School Report Card ratings sooner this year as well, and have that scheduled to present to State Board in October of 2026. And then in December, what we are anticipating at this point, and again, likely you're going to hear about it prior to December, but we are kind of putting a placeholder to be able to provide updates from the work of this third phase of stakeholder engagement and share that with you all. For 2027, as we start and look ahead, because we are going to be changing the school accountability rules, we will also be required to submit a new state application as it relates to the Every Student Succeeds Act, or the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And so we anticipate that that will be submitted no later than February of 2027, again, depending on the progress that the committee is making and direction from you all, potentially would have submitted that sooner. In the spring of 2027, that will mark the launch of the first administration of the new state assessment, which we are calling MSTAR, or the Maryland System of Testing Academic Readiness. New tests primarily will be in grades 3 through 8 in English Language Arts and Mathematics for this first year. As we roll it out, it will be phased in. We'll be coming into the high school tested subjects in the following years as we roll this out. During the summer, we go through a process, what is called standard setting. Because this is a new test, we will have to bring together education experts to determine where are those cut scores. So as you're familiar with, we talk about students achieving a level 3 or a level 4 as an example, which would be considered proficient or higher. We need to determine where that falls based on this new test. And so that process is referred to as standard setting, where we will bring together education experts statewide that represent the public education workforce in Maryland to make decisions around what is appropriate. What does a proficient learner profile look like on a state assessment? After that process is completed, we will then apply the cut scores to the raw score results that we have available, and then we'll be able to report out. And so we're not precise just yet on when we'll be able to provide those results, but we anticipate in early fall of 2027 being able to share the new MSTAR results with the community at large, and then subsequently thereafter applying the new state accountability rules based on those results to be able to determine school ratings in the 26-27 school year. And with that, I will open it up for questions and discussion.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Dr. Carr.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sanderson, for the presentation today and the in-depth presentation that you and your colleagues provided me just this week, I think. It was very, very comprehensive and very interesting. And as you know, this is an area that I am familiar with, and I felt very comfortable with what I heard. I do have, and I know that we're going to have more discussions on many of these things, such as the standard setting that you and I talked about just yesterday. But I have a clarification question, and it is a clarification question on slide 5, that talks about the changes in how we would come up with this indicator, this school indicator. I want to focus in on the academic measures. It is not clear to me exactly what will, maybe it's the math I don't have right, but 20% of the academic indicator will be proficiency, which is fine. I like the fact that you're hinting at giving more weight to growth. But could you tell me more what would be part of the academic measures? Just give me a sense of what would be included in,
Sure.
In that.
And I'm quite certain you're very familiar with these indicators in general. One of the things, as you alluded to, academic growth was what we heard from stakeholders time and time again, of being able to come up with, smarter ways to recognize what's really happening in the schools. When there is movement and there is progress being made, how do we be able to call that out and give credit for it there? And so within the scope or the universe of academic measures, again, we'll have academic proficiency, which is referenced here.
Right.
We'll have academic growth. We'll have the assessment for those students that are learning English, so progress towards English language proficiency will be included. We'll also have indicators around for the high school students around graduation and those final outcomes. That'll be a component of that. And then when we get into that final component that we would have, we're looking at post-secondary readiness, which would also be a component of the academic indicators. And so we do have groupings. It's part of this was the academic achievement. The concern was making sure it did not overweight
Right.
just based on passing rates of a particular test.
If I could just follow up.
Please.
My guess is that you don't know yet, but eventually you will have information about how you're going to weight these
Yes.
indicators?
I
And
was
you will
just-
share that?
I was just, thank you for that question, because I think what would be helpful, and possibly at our next presentation, I think it'd be helpful, because I know what you're getting at, Dr. Carr. You're wanting the specificity within inside each of the buckets. And so I think maybe what we can do at our next presentation next month is to bring to you exactly what the model entails, and that way you'll be able to see where we have indicators already identified and those that we're still waiting to identify. We've not nailed down the school staffing indicator per se. We know that's going to be a school staffing indicator, but we don't know what that's going to look like. Is that going to look like retention? Is that going to look like turnover? Is it going to look like the number of conditionally certified teachers? I mean, there's a lot of those things that we can take a look at, and that's part of the job of the committee that's being formed now, is to say what is important in Maryland, and then and be more specific about that. But I think it would be helpful for all the board members to see what the model looks like, even currently, and then what changes that we've worked so closely with our stakeholders to obtain, because I think those are going to answer some of the questions that you have as well.
Just to wrap this and be clear, so we have the boundaries have been adjusted by the legislature.
Right.
In this timeline, this board will give final approval.
Correct.
On those categories in the fall, essentially.
Correct. Correct.
So we will deliberate on that once we get the recommendations from Dr. Wright and the committee.
Right. And know that all of this will be coming through our technical advisory committee. So we got to get their blessing on this too, to make sure that it's reliable and valid and things of that nature. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Greer.
Thank you. This is exciting. I appreciate this, especially coming after the signings. This is fully in motion now. I have three quick clarifying questions and then one comment. And I want to follow on to what was just said to some degree in the beginning here. So I think it's very important that this body also understands that we're going to have to be able to look at those weightings over time and understand if how we flex them instead of taking a look and seeing we're not going to be able to pick the perfect ratings and perfect weightings day one. We're going to be looking at this over time, and it's going to be something that we continue to come back to. I think that's very important. If we can build that into the expectations of the board, I think it's critical. To what degree we can, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so then my first quick clarifying question is I didn't understand this. Will the report card in October of 26 show any updates or changes? No, it's be the same report card we've seen before. Okay.
This will be the legacy year for the
Okay,
current rules.
totally fine. Just wanted to make sure I understood that. And then the AAAC, how is that being recruited or selected, or has it already been?
It has not. We're actually in the process right now identifying proposed candidates. It'll be similar to what we formed in the previous two groups.
Okay.
So we'll have approximately 25 members that will represent essentially all of the key roles as it relates to public ed.
Great. Would love to just make a plug that there's a parent on there. I'm sure that will happen.
There was.
Mm-hmm. And I knew there was
Yep.
before. It's perfect.
Sure.
And then is there I'm not looking to pin anything down here. I just have a open-ended question. What would be the barriers for a new assessment to go to paper-based?
Money. A lot of it.
A lot.
A lot. There is no comparison to the cost of an online system versus a paper-based system. And we do allow paper-based for students with disabilities that may need that, but to go to that 3 through 8 and high school would be incredibly expensive.
Yeah. I understand the expense, agree, and understand where we're at, and I know that it's easier to score and everything. I do think that seeing an assessment that is on a screen makes it more easy to teach on screens. So I don't know what to do about that. I just think that it's important, and I think assessing the barriers is really critical and understand as we go down the line. But understand the funding challenges and how complicated of a change and a sea change that would be.
And the other thing to say too is that we are not, because the comment was made about not assessing children on screens K through 2, and we don't currently assess K through 2 in a standardized manner.
Got it. Great. Helpful. And then finally, the comment. I think this is, as I said at the beginning, this is exciting. I agree with you, Mr. Sanderson, this is exciting. This is something that I'm trying to pay a lot of attention to, though I think from a parental lens, the one that I bring here to the board, I think that accountability is something that parents don't typically see and pay as much attention to as they do report cards. So there's often something known as the honesty gap, which is that students are scoring really high on their report cards, but not so well on their standardized assessments. And there's many reasons why parents don't value standardized assessments. And we can get into that over time. I think it's critical that we try to find some practical ways to begin to share the accountability system that is accessible for parents. One simple, potentially simple way could be just reporting that inside of the report card so that it's next to the grade, right? And you're able to then see where your child is lining up compared to their grade in their school. There's much more to do on this, but I think it's important that we recognize and honestly look at that challenge that is happening in general.
So that's been a big discussion, as you would hope you would know, with our technical advisory committee around the individual student reports that parents are going to get. What does that look like? What information does it contain? How, because that's what a parent wants to know. Where is my child in relationship to where they should be? Those conversations are going on. I think another advantage that we have with this new assessment that we did not with the prior assessment, as part of our contract, we now have for free 2 districts interim assessments that are aligned to the end-of-year assessments, so that teachers, once they administer that, you know, at the, like say, at the end of the first quarter, that's going to be aligned to, that it kind of gives them an idea, because the summative assessment is aligned to the standards, and so those interim assessments are also aligned to the summative assessment. And I've heard a lot of positive feedback from our superintendent saying, this is going to be great, because now we have something that we know is aligned to what our kids are going to be testing on in the spring. So I think we're doing 2 things at once where your parent concern is, because that has already been discussed at length, for sure. Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard.
I was going to have 1 question and 2 comments. Now I have 1 question and 3 comments, but I will make them quick. First comment is thank you so much for that information about the formative assessments. Some of the feedback we've gotten from teachers is that the students are performing very well in the formative assessments and then not doing well on the summative assessments. So therefore, the formative assessments are useless in terms of helping instructors make changes. So thank you for that. That's great news. The question is, Mr. Sanderson, could you help explain for everyone listening the rating system, while still to be determined on things for the new report card? Will it, like a institution of higher learning that recently determined a particular percentage of top-level grades that will be assigned in each area, will every school be able to earn a top level of rating, or are we creating a bell curve?
Well, I think, like Mr. Barnes, who will absolutely be in the 20% category, there will not be a forced distribution. And
No.
so it will be based on performance once we've agreed on what is an appropriate accountability system. And then essentially anyone that achieves those certain thresholds would be eligible for a particular rating.
Excellent. Thank you so much. 2 comments or maybe requests moving forward. If we can continue to articulate the reason why we will have a rating system and the root cause why behind that throughout this process, I think that will be very helpful. I think there are a number of community members who believe that it is to impact housing costs and worth. And we need to make sure that we are driving accountability as a way to support student learning and instruction.
That's a really good point. And the one thing that about accountability at this, and the way that we should be using it is at the state level and at the local level, is to really identify where resources are needed, which schools need more help than others, which districts need more help than others. And that's really, and then when the federal law built that in, they built in the concept that you've got to be able to use your system to differentiate between schools and districts. And so that we're baking that in because that's our goal, is to make sure that when the results come back, they're usable and that we'll be able to give better decision-making about where to direct resources. Good question.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And I will probably keep repeating that. So
Good.
my apologies for sounding like a broken record. And repeating something we talked about in the last meeting, in whatever way the accountability systems can be as aligned as possible. College and career readiness, ESSA standards, state graduation requirements, state accountability. Right now, there are so many targets for educators to hit. It is challenging to identify how to best allocate those resources because there are so many different targets. In whatever way we can align that so that we have aligned programs of improvement, that will be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Ms. Murray-Lewis, and then Dr. Johnson.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for being here. Quick question. Well, actually, I have a question and a follow-up question. Could you please, in like simple terms for the community, identify what a well-rounded curriculum looks like? Could you tell us what that kind of looks like?
It's grade band specific, so it does differ from elementary to middle to high school. For elementary and middle school, currently, the way we define it is based on a combination of being enrolled in what I would call foundation courses. So making sure that they have, I know it's redundant, well-rounded coursework, that it is touching on all the content areas as well as some of those extended courses. We also currently capture the science MCAP and the social studies MCAP performance in the well-rounded curriculum. When you get into high school, it gets into more of those traditional markers that we're familiar with around participating in AP courses or dual credit courses. Achieving CCR is a component that we're going to be bringing back in, or bringing in, I should say, as part of the work that we have learned from that. And so it is, it's a mix of indicators. It's not a single indicator or a single way that you can achieve the access or the credit for a well-rounded curriculum.
And my other question is, how are we going to ensure that schools that in areas where they're highly impacted areas where students may not have well-rounded curriculums, what type of like either guidance or support are we going to provide to ensure that, you know, that this is being implemented with fidelity, that these kids have access to a well-rounded curriculum?
Well, I think from the rules standpoint, we would certainly be providing multiple trainings and technical assistance on understanding the definitions that go into what is a well-rounded curriculum based on this discussion. It also is going to be informed by stakeholders. What are those key priorities? I'd mentioned college career readiness. That really became a prominent theme in our discussions in the task force as well as with the advisory committee, and ensuring that it is something that is incorporated into our accountability system. And so I think from the accountability lens, it would be ensuring that there's an understanding of what are the components of the well-rounded curriculum.
And then the data collection that goes with that. Right. We will collect data on, we can't just make an assumption, so you collect data behind each of the indicators.
So in terms of accountability, how do we make sure that these schools these LEAs are being accountable, that, you know?
So part of it's going to be very transparent. So when the scores come out, each school will get, you know, a sum of where they've earned points or not. And so they will be able to tell out of, if this is a 20-point, you know, indicator, how many of those 20 points did I actually get? And so, if it's 20, I'll make this up. If it was 20 points for well-rounded and I only got 5, then that's an indication that I'm going to have to look more closely at that indicator in order to improve that indicator to earn more points. So it's kind of a point system. And I think when we bring that back to you, I think it's going to be important for you to see exactly what that looks like. I think it's going to be clearer than, yeah.
And it's just emphasized, this has been a work in progress, as you've highlighted from 2024,
Yeah.
but it's important for all of us at the board and
Exactly.
the public that we kind of, between now and the fall, when we
Sure.
go to lock those in, that we just continue to have a shared understanding of all the components. We've got Dr. Johnson, Dr. Lewis, Dr. Bell.
Okay, just clarification again on slide 5. Could you clarify for me, add a school staffing indicator to the list of possible school quality indicators? What does that mean?
Yeah, and to expand on Dr. Wright's earlier discussion on that, we currently, within what is called the school quality student success category or domain of indicators, have 3 indicators that schools are held accountable for. That is where we capture currently chronic absenteeism. We also have the Maryland School Survey that's administered to teachers and students. And then the third component currently is access to well-rounded curriculum. In our discussions with MSEA in particular, and trying to lift up other indicators that are available, and if you actually look in statute, right now it's a menu of options. And so there's multiple indicators that could be used. Part of the work, and Dr. Wright had mentioned as well, is for each indicator that we incorporate, we have to ensure validity and reliability, and making sure, and that's part of our ongoing partnership with our technical advisory committee, that even though we may identify an indicator that we want to use, if after we have gone through the reliability checks, we determine it's not a good one. The access to well-rounded curriculum is a great example. While I think all of our schools appreciate it, what we found in the data distribution is that everyone got maximum points. And so that was a challenge for us as we were trying to defend the practice, and ultimately we needed to correct course. For this particular indicator, in our discussions we've looked at, would it be appropriate to look at the percentage of students that are taught by fully certified teachers as one example? Or we're looking at teacher retention, which would be potentially an indicator of school culture and climate. Do we have high incidence of turnover, which may be indicative of other factors that would contribute to student learning? We've looked at, in addition to that, potentially looking at the percentage of student teachers that are nationally board certified as another avenue. So we have a lot of what-if scenarios, and ultimately what we would do is have impact analyses for each of those to determine how does this play out in a particular school and in a particular district.
Yeah, that's really, I just want to add one thing to that, and I'm glad you mentioned that. Anytime we select an indicator, we run impact data. So we see exactly what does that go, if we selected this indicator, plug it into the model and run the impact data on it. So that's what Jeff was talking about, making sure that it is reliable and valid. Because we may have an indicator that everybody thinks looks really great, but it's not going to hold water when it comes to the reliability.
So we haven't selected the specific data?
No. This is all what was built into the act, and so that's the hard work that we're getting ready to get started now with this advisory committee and working with our TAC. So this is just the beginning of it. We just kind of want to give you an overview of what it looked like.
Let me just add, what we have asked for the board for today, we got a lot of really good questions. I want you all to see the outline of what's coming. That is the purpose of today.
Right.
Let me be really specific about what's going to happen. We've got this committee that's coming. Those of us who are at different places on the accountability system, we're going to have opportunities for deep dives for individual learning. Dr. Carr got one this week as a part of orientation, but we're going to have some opportunities there. And then as the recommendations come from that committee, we're going to look at the specifics. And as Dr. Wright's mentioned, we're going to look at what it currently is. We're going to look at what's being proposed. And we'll bring that into public space for us to look at and take final action on. And so what has made this conversation so complicated to date is that the work to date has been about negotiating the boundaries in the legislation. We didn't actually have concrete conversations about what specific measure it would be. It was really what it couldn't be, or what it it bounded the model itself. So we will jump into this. This is really, we want you to see what's coming as we move forward.
And I just want to say,
just want to kind of follow up. As you've indicated, you've looked at it, what it couldn't be. Could we also have a report on what it could not be?
We will, yes. So, and that's what's in the legislation.
That's what's in the legislation.
Yep.
So we can provide that. And I'm just going to say, just to be upfront, we will absolutely answer every single question that you have, but understand that this is a very technical process. And so I think having you guys, if any of you that want to, as we're meeting, that want to sit down individually and kind of like really dig into it, but it's highly technical, and that's the reason you really need this technical advisory committee to make sure that we are on track and doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So there's an oversight body of trained people that do this work all day long that then give us the feedback, which is, we're so blessed to have the rock stars, I just need to say.
Yes. Dr. Lewis and then Dr. Bell.
Thank you. You and I have chatted, and I've chatted with Scott Marion as well, so this shouldn't be a surprise of something I'm going to really be looking for, which is the growth measures. And precision around the growth measures, particularly so we can look at the trajectory of students who may not follow sort of the normal curve of learning, so we can impact their instruction over time. So students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and anybody who is struggling or is new to our school systems, even new to our state, who may not be following sort of a regular trend of learning. Those growth measures are important. If they don't meet proficient but gained a lot of ground, so we can continue that trajectory so they can make gains. I'm going to really be looking for that.
Good. Excellent. Dr. Bell.
Hi. And this, my comment may be more directed at what happens next. So there's the establishment of an assessment system, but then you have data, but how do you determine or drill down what the root cause is for the lack of performance or for the great performance in some cases? And so I think about a way of somehow studying the relationship between the curriculum, assessment, and instruction to determine what may be that element that needs work. So that way, when you kind of connect the coaching model and everything else that's been discussed, there's a next step ready. There's something that we can say, okay, this is how we can provide you targeted assistance in these areas because we've determined more than likely this is the issue that has to be addressed. And then that way we can kind of get to some results. And then determine alignment, of course, with the data system as well.
Well, I think that's going to be the key because right now we don't control who purchases what curriculum across the state.
Right.
So, you've got 24 districts that could be using 24 different sets of curriculum. What we've been developing and are getting ready to publish very closely is which of those materials do we feel are of high quality in order to purchase, but that still doesn't guarantee that a district is going to purchase that. So what we can do, to your point, I think, and we can take it back to TAC on Friday. I think what we could do is offer guidance around how to analyze the data once it comes back. Because if you're using Wit and Wisdom and somebody else is using, another's, it could be that Wit and Wisdom is working for you and your students may be getting results, but another district that's not using, I'm just using that as an example, and it's not getting the results, do we blame that on that curriculum, or is it part of the instructional process, or is it part of, who's been teaching the kids? I mean, I think that kind of guidance, I think, would be helpful, because if you've got a school, I'm speaking personally, if you've got, as a principal, if I had a school that was filled with conditionally certified teachers, that's a huge piece of impact right there. And so I would think that would be part of the guidance as you're analyzing it, is to, these are the pieces that you need to look at. What we're hoping to get from the vendor back to the schools is the ability for the schools to drill down by strand and teachers to drill down by strand to see exactly how children are doing. And that's all part of what's going to be coming with the new assessment system. And so that's what's happening. That's what's happening for next year. But you bring up some really good points.
Yeah, I do like what you said, because even within that school itself, there could be differences between groups of students who are learning. So something may work for one and may not work for another. But I think to your point a moment ago, having something, a process that's that can be implemented to say, here is how you determine what the root cause may be, and then you're able to address it. That way they feel empowered to at least have a process for being able to do that.
No, that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation and this update. Look forward to the work ahead.
Thanks.
All right. As a reminder, when we come back from executive session, we will be hosting our joint meeting with the AIB. So we're going to handle some of our housekeeping items now for the end of the meeting. So we're going to move to committee reports, updates, and comments. Typically we do in the afternoon, we will do now. So at this time, call on any committee reports or updates. Dr. Lewis.
I have two. The next education policy meeting will be held virtually June 18th at 4 o'clock. We'll see you there. And Maryland will be hosting the National Association of State Boards of Education at their annual conference, which will be held here in Maryland, October 26th through 28th. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Greer?
Yep, just one. The Strategy and Operations Committee will have its next meeting at 4 p.m. on June 17th, Wednesday.
Great. Other announcements? Updates, comments? Okay. Any input on future agenda items? know where to find me if you do. All right. Before we conclude, I do want for us as a body to take a moment to recognize Mr. Elliott Schoen. This is his final meeting serving as counsel for the State Board of Education. As you know, Elliott has dedicated nearly 3 decades of service to the state of Maryland through the Office of the Attorney General, including serving as principal counsel to the State Board and MSDE since 2020. Over the course of his career, Elliott has helped guide this board and the department through some of the most consequential moments in recent history, including COVID-19, 2 superintendent transitions, major statewide reforms, and numerous high-profile legal and policy matters. Beyond his legal expertise, steady counsel, and sense of humor, Elliott's greatest legacy may be the team that he has built and the next generation of public servants that are a part of his team that he has truly developed, built, and empowered along the way. We have been extraordinarily fortunate to benefit, Elliott, from your professionalism, your judgment, and your commitment to public service and public education. Before we have a presentation of a couple items, I did want to open it to board members that may have a word or two to share. Yes, Dr. Lewis.
Oh, Elliott. Our hair was not this color when we met 26 years ago. I learned so much from you, spending lots of time in federal court together, writing tons of monitoring reports, and I used to hide secret words and phrases to see if you'd catch them, just for giggles. I will miss you. I honor you. I've learned from you, and you're the reason why I tell people I'm not an attorney, but I play one on television. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Mr. Paul.
Elliott, in this short time, I've really come to admire your temperament, a highly judicious, wise temperament, and I think that's the thing about our overlap here that I'll take with me and try to remember in my board service and my practice out in the world, in the field, and I'm very grateful to have gotten this little slice of your career, to get to watch it and be a part of it and benefit from it.
Mr. Barnes.
I will never forget at my orientation when Dr. Bell got up to depart and I got up out of my seat to also depart for you to tell me, Omari, sit down, we're not done yet. And as I would come to realize throughout my service on this board, we are never done yet. And so thank you for never being done. You're finally done. And so just thank you for the memories and the moments and your service.
Outstanding. Mr. Clash.
Well, it's a bittersweet moment. I just really am grateful for your welcoming spirit. I remember getting trained as well in orientation and meeting you. Then came to find out you ran many, many more marathons than me. So hopefully you'll continue to run those, and just thank you for your service.
Outstanding. Well, we have 2 items we want to present to you now. We have a citation from Governor Moore, as well as a small token of our appreciation to you. Thank you for your service, Elliott. All right.
Do you want me to clean your spaces?
So we're going to take a quick picture in the middle, and then we'll have some quick announcements before we leave. Well, let's take a picture first, and then we'll do that.
Put this stuff in there. Try to hide your candy.
Hold on a minute. Where's the
Elliot, no pressure, but if you'd like to say a few words, the floor is yours.
While you're thinking of what you want to say, I just want to say that I only had a few precious moments with you, but I could tell that you were a gem. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so
Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm really humbled by your kind words, the appreciation that you have shown me. I started reading a book recently by Anthony Trollope, and if you don't know who he is, he's a 19th century Victorian writer. And there was something he said just today as I was listening to these books, hundreds of books over the years. He talks about a vacation that some of his characters went on, and it was at the end of the vacation, and he talks about the melancholia that sets in when you've had at the end of a good vacation and a good event and a good time. And I'm feeling that now as I come close to my retirement, that there is a melancholia that has set over me because it really has been a tremendous career. It really is hard to believe that 27 years of service to the state of Maryland have passed. My first year here in the division at MSDE in the division of special education, working with Kim and others, and then 26 years in the office of the Attorney General. When I began, my kids were young, and now I'm a grandfather. Throughout my service, I just wanted to be useful to you all, helping, whether it's through advice of counsel, whether through litigation, help you advance your mission, the very noble mission and agenda. It has been really just a wonderful, wonderful ride. My successor, Alan Dunklow, who was here and was in the picture, is a wonderful legal mind and great temperament, and I feel very good about the continuation of legal support that you are going to have. As Josh said, with this extraordinary team that I've had the privilege of leading, I jokingly say that all I really did over the almost 7 years that I've been principal counsel was sign their timesheets and maybe do their PEPs, because they're the ones who do the extraordinary work of advising the superintendent, all the divisions of the agency, the ancillary small units that are not part of MSDE that are still under our legal umbrella. So it's all been fantastic. I have some things planned through the fall. One, Kenny is a marathon in Anchorage in about 3 weeks. Looking forward to that, and then a bike ride across North Carolina in October. Looking forward to that. And other than that, I know there are adventures out there, and I'm not quite sure what they are yet, but I look forward to meeting what those adventures are and hopefully continuing to be useful, and hopefully in my term I have been useful to you all. Thank you so, so much for your, just your nice words and these, the plaque and the statue.
We're gonna.
Could you read to us what it says, because it's hard to see?
It says, honoring Elliot L. Schoen, Esquire, 27 years of distinguished service to the state of Maryland, 1999, 2026.
All right.
And it
Outstanding.
really is heavy. This has to be 15 pounds.
All right. Very good. Well, this brings us to the end of our morning agenda. We are moving in just a moment to executive session. Board members, when we return at 2 o'clock, we will be with the AIB. So I am asking that you go ahead and clean up your space because we're going to do the intermingling thing that we do. So you'll be in a new spot when you return. With that said, pursuant to Section 3305 B1 and B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss appeals and orders, board leadership matters, update, and personnel matters. State Board will return to public meeting at 2 o'clock. We will join with the AIB. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session? Dr. Bell, second by Ms. Murray Lewis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Adjourned. We're meeting jointly with our colleagues at the Accountability and Implementation Board. I'll call the State Board meeting portion to order at this time. Mr. Schoen, do we have quorum?
Yeah, but is it a quorum?
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Leggett.
Thank you, and thank you for the hospitality, and I think we have a quorum as well. Let me introduce the members from the AIB board for those people who are not familiar with them. On the far end is Rachel Ice, who is our executive director. Jennifer Lynch, right here. Rachel Warner, here to the left. Britt Gurin, our vice chair. Joe Manko, and Justin Robinson. I think we have a quorum.
Ma'am, you have
yes.
a mic.
Quick.
You need a mic, too.
Member Quick
There you go.
McQueen has joined virtually.
Okay. Let's make sure we got Zoom. Let's say hi to Member Quick McQueen. Good afternoon.
Member Quick McQueen, are you here?
Member Queen undergo an
There
operation.
she is.
Yes, she is.
Outstanding.
She's recovering from
Thank you.
surgery, but she is here as well. Thank you.
Outstanding. All right, Mr. Leggett, let's go ahead and Chair Leggett, we can get started. Before I turn it over to Dr. Wright, I just want to pull forward some comments from this morning. That is just the state of affairs in public education in our state. Look, we've got a lot of work that still needs to be done, but it's important for us to take stock, and we're going to do that this morning, on all of the progress that is being made in the state. It is, you know, we talk about this a lot, that it takes both resources and excellent strategy to see improvement in schools. We're going to hear about that today, the results. But there's a lot to take stock of in terms of that progress, and we need to stay focused on the work ahead. But we have a lot to be encouraged by, and I would just want to lift. We looked at in a summary from the legislative session, and just want to continue to emphasize how strong the support is from our elected officials for public education in this state. We are very fortunate to have that investment and that trust. And so I just wanted to bring that forward to this portion of the meeting. This time, I'm pleased to turn it over to Dr. Wright for our State Superintendent's monthly update.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome, friends from AIB. It's always good to see you. So I'll start with our school visits. Visiting schools, I've got to tell you, is one of the best parts of this job. There's nothing like getting back inside schools and looking at students and adults, and they make it all happen. So I've made it a priority every year to make sure that I've visited all 24 LEAs. So I can now say to you that I've been through all 24 LEAs. And this last session was the trips to the 9 Eastern Shore school systems. So that was to Caroline, Cecil, Dorchester, Kent, Queen Anne's, Somerset, Talbot, Wacomico, and Worcester counties. So that was a great visit, lots of different things, but a lot of fun. But every time I go out, it just reminds me of why this work is so important, because you're actually seeing what's happening in classrooms. And it's inspiring to see how well we are engaging not only children, but our communities in our schools. And to see what is happening in terms of our teachers going above and beyond each and every day to do what's best for children. So I want to just say, a heartfelt thanks to all of our teachers and our leaders and our students and our families, because it just speaks volumes when you walk into these schools and you see the electric atmosphere and the culture of these schools really sponsoring that kind of activity. So a special congratulations also to the class of 2026. So I was at a high school, lots of seniors with their, I'm a senior t-shirt kind of on there. So I want you to watch the video, because we did a encapsulation of all the visits. So I'll turn it over to, Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. How are you? Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. This is wonderful. It's the best place to start my day. What did you make?
I made a house
look at that. This looks so delicate. What are you making?
A masterpiece.
A masterpiece? I love it. What grade are you in?
I'm in 5th grade.
Fifth grade. So you're going to middle school next year too?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. How long have you been teaching?
This is year 20.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you for what you do. Enjoy your summer. Well done, well done. At the end of today, I will have been to all 24 districts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah, so I'm excited.
Yeah.
Oh, like
so we're starting early now because it's half day. So right now.
Yeah.
They love visitors.
Totally, that's exactly right.
Letter is replaced with the apostrophe.
Oh, good job.
To compel someone to do something.
Very good.
Good. 85 at the top. Yeah, okay. So we're in kindergarten.
So I've been on the board for 12 years, so I've heard you speak, and I'm getting ready to do another 4 years.
Good for you, good for you. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Good to see you as always. As always, good. Hi, Carrie Wright. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Carrie Wright. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely outstanding language arts teacher.
It's what, brutality? So what do you think of that? Is that positive or negative?
Negative.
Yeah. This one? Yeah. It's called liaison.
Yeah.
That's how you pronounce it. It's kind of funky because it's got an extra vowel up there. Well, thank you for such a great visit.
We
This
appreciate
is
you
great,
guys.
yeah. Thank you, yeah. Lots of great instruction going on. Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure.
You don't see a lot of state-level superintendents that pay attention to detail. I appreciate what you do, and it makes a difference.
Yeah, I met that young man at lunch that day, so totally unanticipated but delightful. We also celebrated Public Employee Recognition. We joined our state government partners to celebrate Public Service Recognition Week, and it's obviously a pleasure to recognize dedicated employees who work every day on behalf of our students, our families, and individuals with disabilities, our communities. So we honored and thanked employees who were commemorating milestone service anniversaries. In fact, we had one that was 55 years of service. I won't say who she was. She might be in the room. But how about the video to go with that? Good morning, and thanks for everybody for being here. We have 225 employees who have reached 5 years or more of service to the state of Maryland. We have 54 who have completed 25 years or more, and 27 of those 54 are here today. There's a lot of things that you could be doing that are different than what you're doing right now, but you've chosen to do this. And I think about public service, and I actually looked up the definition, and this speaks to my heart. It says public service is defined as a noble, calling-based aim at helping others and advancing the common good over self-interest. Because giving to others, I think, is just so incredible. I think we get back so much more. What more could we be doing for our teachers and our leaders and our families? And that's where all of you have come in and done such an amazing job. And the other thing that struck me, which is a very old quote, but I'm going to give it to you anyway, is Margaret Chase Smith. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. We are that small group. All of us here at the department. We are that small group. So I want to say from me to you, congratulations for your years of service. We cannot do this work without you. We take great pride in recognizing you today, and I want to thank you for giving your time and your service to this great state. So two other quick updates. One, we're around the Prince George's County coaching pilot. So I want to say it's up and running. We got a little bit of delay. Some of our inclement weather was postponing part of that. But since then, and since some of our coaches have hit the ground, coaches have logged in 354 school-based coaching interactions across 14 schools, representing more than 5,000 minutes of support, including the facilitation of more than 70 professional learning opportunities for our teachers in Prince George's County. There's a lot of successes. We've used this to learn and plan the next role. We're doing phase 2 in Prince George's County that's starting in the fall, but it's really given us an opportunity to see the challenges that exist and also to refine the model before we move further. I want to share an update on our upcoming ACE convening, which stands for Align, Connect, and Elevate, which is bringing literacy and math leaders from across Maryland together. Registration is currently open. This event will bring LEA academic leaders together to share a understanding of statewide expectations for what does high-quality math and high-quality literacy look like. This will take place over 2 days, and LEAs may register teams of up to 8 to attend. And I am also pleased to announce, this was from this morning, but I wanted to make it public as well. Sarah Neville Morgan has been promoted from Assistant State Superintendent to Chief of Early Childhood. As the deputy or as the chief, Sarah will oversee child care licensing and scholarship subsidies, early learning standards, professional learning, family support centers, pre-K, Maryland Excels, and the state's quality rating and improvement system. She has more than 20 years of service and leadership in early childhood systems and policy. She previously served as the Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction at the California Department of Education and held roles in First Five California and the Administration for Children and Families. She is a 2023 Annie E. Casey Foundation Children and Family Fellow. And I've already received an email from the board chair that says we miss Sarah already. So, but we're happy to have her, and she will officially begin this position in the fall. And last, yeah, absolutely. And last but not least, we heard a little bit about the legislation today, but I want to take a minute because I don't think a lot of people realize the number of bodies that are behind the scenes doing this work. So I wanted to recognize everybody that served across the agency, either as a legislative liaison or as part of the Government Affairs Office. And so if you're here, please stand. If you're watching, I'll wave at you now. And so I know that I told everybody to be on cue. But from athletics, we had Andy Warner. From audit, we had Patricia Romolosa. From the Division of Assessment and Accountability, we had Laura Ariovich. From the Division of College and Career Pathways, we had Tiffany DeJesus and Brianna Calum. From the Division of Early Childhood, we had Keisha Maxwell and Kelly Dwyer. The Division of Educator Effectiveness, Kelly Meadows. The Division of Rehabilitative Services, Eric Bonner. The Division of Special Education, Carmen Brown, Monique Wiggins, and Jennifer Masudi. Division of Student Support and Federal Programs, Carol Beck and Caitlin Wigley. Emergency Management and Pupil Transportation, Gabriel Rose. Office of Equity Assurance and Compliance, Delinda Johnson-Blake. Office of Finance, Donna Gunning and Emily Brandenburg. Division of Early Instructional Programs, Josh Oterola, Christine Fulton, and Jason Semenoff. The Maryland Center for School Safety, Kate Bryan and Kim Buckheit. Office of Operations, Sean Fritz Rushing and Beverly Mabel. Office of School Facilities, Jillian Storms and Myron Mason. And the Office of School and Community Nutrition is Julie Fletcher and Lisa Sessom Parks. So those are all the people that work every single week during session to make this such a successful session. So I just really want to give a round of applause to all those people. And that concludes my update. Dr. Michael.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Chair Leggett.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah, thank you. Let me again thank you for the hospitality, and every time we come here, we have an opportunity to learn more, and I want to congratulate all of the employees for the tremendous amount of work that they've accomplished over the last year or so, especially during the legislative session. We had an opportunity to work with you on a number of occasions, and I know the great deal of work and detail that goes into making that a success. And also, we'll hear a little bit later on about some of the successes that we've had, but I want to congratulate and thank you for that as well. I'm now going to turn it over to our Executive Director. He will carry us through some of the information for informational purposes only.
Sure. Thank you, and very nice to be here, so thank you very much. Just wanted to give a quick update on some of the work that the AIB has been doing and is doing. The first item is the Blueprint Comprehensive Plan. As a reminder, this is the the, comprehensive implementation plan for the blueprint that is required by law. The plan is required to be updated annually, and we're in the midst of that process. We have sought public feedback since, I think, around mid-March, and have received a good amount of feedback that staff is working its way through. And the board will be meeting on June 18th to review the feedback and decide on what changes to propose. And then those proposals will be made public for a 30-day comment period, which is a change to the process that we made last year to give everyone an opportunity not just to tell us what they think, but then, comment on the actual proposed changes and the exact language that is being proposed. So that will be available following the June 18th meeting for 30 days, and then the board has a meeting on July 30th, at which point they will adopt the changes. They will consider the additional comments and make whatever revisions and adopt those changes. So just wanted for everyone listening and watching to be on the lookout after the June 18th meeting for the forum will be reopened to receive feedback on the proposed changes. And then on the next item, so we have 3 LEAs that received notice letters from the AIB regarding either progress in proficiency on 3rd grade reading, 5th grade math, or both. And we have been working with those districts and along with MSDE to essentially do a root cause analysis that of the reasons why they believe their outcomes are what they are, both for all students and identified as student groups, and then to develop an action plan for what they're going to do to address the root causes that they identified. AIB and MSDE staff have reviewed those submissions and are providing feedback to those LEAs with a real focus on progress monitoring and identifying specific outcome measures and metrics that the LEAs are going to be reporting back to us on as they implement their action plans. And then over the summer, we will hold progress meetings with those LEAs to discuss what they've submitted and what their progress monitoring is going to look like. So those are the next steps for that work. And we want to thank those districts. Their superintendents and staff have been very responsive to the requests for information and for providing the submissions. And I think we're hopeful that this process is going to move the needle in those districts. And it already is in terms of actions that they're taking. The next item on advisory committees, as you may know, the AIB has 5 advisory committees organized around each of the 5 pillars of the blueprint. And each year, some members roll off and new members come on. And so we're in the middle of that process. There are openings for members and student members on one or the other on all of the 5 pillars. So if you're interested in applying to be on an advisory committee, we welcome your applications, and there's a link in this slide deck, but also on the website, and applications are open until June 22nd. And then the plan is to make those decisions at the July board meeting, and then the new members would start in August. And then the last item is just an update on the career ladder work, which has been quite a bit happening on the career ladder, particularly with level 4. And we did, if you go to the next slide, we did visit several of the LEAs that are running pilots for their level 4 of their career ladder. this year and this spring, and had some really good interactions and feedback. MSDE staff also joined, and right now the LEAs are working on their level 4 pilots or implementation for the next 2 school years. So there's essentially 2 things happening at the same time. One is what the LEAs are proposing to do for the upcoming school year, 26, 27? Okay. And then at the same time, as a reminder, the 2 boards jointly adopted a joint policy requiring every LEA to either implement a pilot or actual implementation of their level 4 of their career ladder for the 27-28 school year. And that intention of what they're going to do, what they're going to plan to do, is due this July 1st. And then in December, they're going to have to provide more detail around what they're going to do for the 27-28 school year. So both things are due July 1st, one for the upcoming school year, one for the next school year. And I think we're encouraged by the number of LEAs that are interested in piloting for the upcoming school year. And we hope to be able to bring several of those to the AIB for approval at the June meeting. So, and it's something that, and I think Dr. Wright said, we're learning a lot from these pilots, and that's the whole idea behind them, is how can we learn and continuous improvement. And I think the last slide is just some resources just to make sure everyone's aware of, particularly what we call the one-pagers. There's a statewide one-pager, which is back to front two-pager, and for each LEA that highlights their progress in blueprint implementation across the 5 pillars. They are, I think, very useful, both at the statewide level, but also if you want to dig in for particular LEAs, and really shows that we are, change is happening. Things are happening. We still have a ways to go, but we're getting there. And then just, we also had a legislative wrap-up document that is extremely comprehensive. And just a reminder that we provide updates 1 or 2 times a month, and you can sign up for those on our website.
Thank you. Let me emphasize something that I think we should make sure we fully understand. We talked about 3 that needed some level of response from us in terms of their implementation, but we had 21 that were approved.
Mm-hmm.
And we certainly want to thank them for the progress, and also again for the 3 that we are working with now to ensure that we get the kind of implementation and improvements that we think are appropriate. Let me also emphasize, Mr. Chair, that I'm delighted with the cooperation that we've had between the 2 boards. We work closely together, and any concerns or challenges we have, we try to work those out between our staffs. And it's a good sign for both the AIB and for the board itself to ensure that as we take on this very difficult task, we could do so in a level of cooperation and a spirit that ultimately helps all of the children and students throughout the entire process throughout the state of Maryland. I am really awed with the amount of work, the cooperation that we've had, and I'm a big fan of the superintendent, who I think I've described her as the Patrick Mahomes of the superintendents throughout the country, and she's done a terrific job, and I want to congratulate you and all of those who helped make all of this possible today. Thank you. I want to say, sure, whether or not the vice chair had something to say. Britt?
I can't follow up on those excellent comments. I applaud your recognition of our superintendent.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Leggett and Vice Chair Kerwin. At this time, I'll turn it back to Dr. Wright for our next agenda item, we're going to receive a brief update on the education scorecard. And we'll get this more technically, but this is, some wonky analysis that comes out of several of our institutions. But what it does do is allow us to look at growth on state assessments between states. Even when they use different assessments, how is growth tracking? And they use efforts to standardize that data in a way so that it can be compared. And pleased to have Dr. Wright and our team speak to this in more detail so we can understand how we're progressing in comparison to other states.
Perfect. And I'll ask Jeff Sanderson to come up as well. This is kind of a brief analysis, but as I was sharing earlier with Joe, there is the whole research article is worth the read. There's a lot of detailed analyses in here, a lot of great graphs that demonstrate really where Maryland is functioning, nationally. But we wanted to kind of give you just a high-level overview. So we're going to tag team this a little bit, and but Jeff's going to start.
And as Dr. Michael indicated, we'll be talking about some wonky mathematics today to share with you all. Actually,
that's a terminology, Dr. Carr, that we use here, wonky mathematics, yeah.
I do want to start and welcome AIB board members as well. I do want to start with the subtitle here, just to kind of frame this report. It's relatively new. I'll speak to that shortly, but it is a collaboration from 3 Goliaths of institutions of higher education. And so you'll see that it's a partnership that was collected and done by Harvard, Stanford, and Dartmouth researchers. And I'll share with you the institutions that they represent collectively inside of their universities. Where we thought this, I think, most aligned, it really speaks to all of the goals within our strategic plan, but specifically for this body of research, the individuals who are focused on post-pandemic recovery. And so when we start looking at the data and unpacking it, you'll see 2022 is the first year that is referenced because the interest is specifically on what has occurred after the pandemic, after we've gotten through the pandemic, and what its impact long-term has been on learning loss. So to kind of ground you in this research that has come out earlier this month, about 2 weeks ago is when it was actually released. You'll see it's a collaboration between the Center for Educational Policy Research at Harvard University. Mr. Barnes, we're seeing your future coming in once again. The Educational Opportunity Project at Stanford University and faculty from Dartmouth College. It was launched, as I mentioned, in 2022, so this represents the 4th year of this type of report. As Dr. Michael mentioned, it takes together collectively over 35 million test records across the states in the U.S., and then it standardizes those scores so that they have so that they're comparative data, so that there can be some analyses conducted to see state to state what we are observing in the trends. One of the findings from this report was that the recovery appears to be uneven, and that the school systems with the highest poverty and the school systems with the lowest poverty are recovering at a faster rate than the systems that are in the middle. And as Dr. Carr referenced, they've termed that here the U-shaped in recovery. The learning recession, we have spoken about this often, whether by this term or by others, and Dr. Wright has been very clear as we've been looking at specifically in the state of Maryland, how our results have been trending. But the authors would suggest that the learning loss and the declines that we're seeing and observing in student performance occurred as early as 2013. And that the pandemic certainly was a disruptor, but not a starter for some of what we've been observing in the trend data. They also attribute whether, while not necessarily causal, they certainly would suggest that the slowdown in learning coincides with the de-emphasis on test-based accountability, as well as the dramatic increases that we're seeing in social media use.
Jeff, can I stop you right there?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a really key piece, because if you're looking around what's happening nationally around accountability, there are a lot of states that are trying to lower their accountability standards and back away from accountability. And this state has been one that has been leaning in toward accountability and even trying to strengthen our accountability. So I want to highlight where we're kind of bucking the trend across the nation by leaning in with what's important, and accountability is one of those things. Jeff?
Thank you. And then the final bullet that you'll see here is that all the states, there was actually 7 states that it references, Maryland being one of those 7 states. Of all the states which improved in reading between 2022 and 2025, they were all implementing comprehensive science of reading reforms.
I'm going to add on to that, too. I get asked a lot about how did, we've implemented the science of reading, but our reading scores aren't improving. And what I've been saying to people, this isn't a one strategy idea. This is a comprehensive strategy. So if you look at what Maryland is doing, we're talking about putting in a strong pre-K through grade 12, literacy policy. We passed the resolution, in January of 24, to make sure that science of reading was being implemented in all of our schools starting in 25, 26. We've also started with our coaching model. We did the pilot with philanthropy with Prince George's County, and then we've been blessed that the governor came through with almost $11 million for us to do statewide strategy. Professional learning has increased dramatically around the state, where science of reading is concerned, and how do we change instructional practices? We've leaned in with high-quality instructional materials and making sure that everybody knew what that meant, and we're still working on that. So it's not just one single thing that we've done, and that's where I think the state has been is in a good position, because it is multiple strategies leaning toward the same goal and not simply just looking at one strategy. So if you take a look at the report, there's a great graph that really shows the difference of those states that are in that upper right quadrant of that have achieved the highest gains, have also implemented more of the strategies along the scale. So just as a comment.
Yeah, and just to reinforce and echo Dr. Wright's commentary there, you'll also find in the report that the states that did not implement any sort of comprehensive science of reading reform, none of those states saw any recovery over the period of time that was studied. So here's the fun part. Let me share with you all some of the highlights from the report that we observed for the state of Maryland. You'll see here some of the highlights. Overall, Maryland ranks in the top 5 in both reading and mathematics recovery. In comparison in the U.S. You'll see we rank 3rd in reading recovery between 2022 and 2025, and ranked 5th in math in the same period of time. You'll also see, which was encouraging, notable improvements in reducing chronic absenteeism that was recognized within this report specifically for the state of Maryland. At the local level, some of the LEAs that were also mentioned in this report, you'll see terminology used, districts on the rise, which represents those that are making unusual gains in not only reading but in mathematics. You'll see that Baltimore City is referenced here. You'll see Frederick County as well as Worcester County is represented. Leading in mathematics, you'll see Anne Arundel County and St. Mary's get nods. And then leading in reading, you'll see Dorchester and Harford County. And then finally, the authors conclude their research with recommendations for consideration for policymakers. Report highlights 4 priorities for education leaders. Priority 1, district resources, direct resources to districts with lingering pandemic-era learning losses. Lower student absenteeism. The federal government should focus its research dollars in 3 areas, that being the role of social media, early literacy reforms, and again, lowering absenteeism. And then finally, pair districts on the rise. I just mentioned Baltimore City as one that was referenced. Pair districts on the rise with peers.
I want to add to that. If you think about what we're doing right now, you think about directing resources. That's what the blueprint's all about. The blueprint's all about directing resources to those children that need it the most. And so Maryland's ahead of the game, where that is concerned. We have a huge initiative going on right now around chronic absenteeism. We've been working, as you know, with Attendance Works, and Mary Gable's office has really been doing an awful lot to help our districts in that area. And the other thing that I think is really important around this, around our early literacy reforms, and also this board has also, and the legislature just now has taken a look at, social media in terms of cell phones and cell phone use and when it should and should not be used. So Maryland's leading in a lot of these really critical areas. I think this idea of pairing districts on the rise with other peers is a great one. That's part of what we're trying to do also with our Leadership Academy, is sharing what's working across the state so that those that are doing well can share what their successes are with those that may continue to be struggling. So I'm just really proud of the work that we're doing, and the work of the department, the work of AIB, what Blueprint is offering us. I think is we're poised to really do some great things moving forward. We're not where we eventually want to be. We recognize that, but it sure does feel good to realize that almost every indicator that we're looking at is heading in the right direction. And we'll stop there for comments or questions.
Let me congratulate you again on the work and all of the local LEAs for at least getting us this far. But I want to emphasize again, we still have a long ways to go. And we're not done yet. And hopefully with all of the things that we've implemented, the plans that are in place, and the momentum that we have, it will carry us forward to make sure that we make even greater progress. But this is a tremendous achievement, and we look forward to the next page of this.
It's coming.
Add a comment? Yeah. I too want to say how pleased I was to get this information, to see this report, which I think came out a week,
About a week and a half ago. Yeah.
couple of weeks ago. It really made my day for sure, if not my week. And so kudos to all that have worked so hard to make this happen. I believe this was, we need to get the word out across the state that things are changing and happening in Maryland. I believe this was reported in the Baltimore Sun, was it not? There was an article about it. So, yeah, that's good to hear. One question, I hadn't realized that this was the fifth of 4 reports. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, where were we last year?
I don't know the answer to that.
So I knew that was coming. So I'm going to have to get back to you. They actually.
3rd in literacy and 7th in math.
Thank you.
Last year?
Yeah, so
So this is a
it's a
multi-year
continuation,
sustained
but
effort.
we've ticked up a little bit in math.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you very much, and kudos.
Dr. Carr.
Let me just say that it's an understatement to say that this report is worth the read, particularly if you like graphs and charts and all of that. It is really worth, and it's accessible, I would say. The other thing I would add is that the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, the program that I ran for 35 years, is that backbone that pulls all of this together. I work personally with Sean Reardon and Tom Kane, who are the key authors, to make sure that this was out front 4 years ago when they started. So I can speak to the validity and the reliability. There are assumptions that perhaps need some more work, but this is a strong report. And I would also add that it does something that NAEP cannot do, and Carrie knows this, we worked with NAEP together for many years. It cannot compare districts. And this is an added advantage. And it compares 3 through 8, which is something that NAEP also cannot do. This is an important contribution to the industry. And we should take pride that we are faring the way that we are. And I just want to underscore Baltimore as well. The other districts, yes, they showed significant progress, but Baltimore was one of the first participants of the Trial Urban District Assessment, we call it TUDA, and that's a bold statement to open your doors and allow others to see how you're doing, good or bad. And I think it is a testament to what they are doing in Baltimore City. They are climbing. They're not where they need to be, You're absolutely right, but it's about progress.
Correct.
Thank you for the report.
Yeah, thank you.
Outstanding. You want to take a AIB? Ms. Werner, go ahead.
Thank you. I found it interesting, the reference to 2013 in social media. And I'm also wondering if there's a connection to the one-to-one programs, because I know that many school districts began implementing one-to-one devices around that same time as well. I know in my district it was around 2007, 2008, and we were one of the first in Maryland. So I'm thinking that around that same time period might be when one-to-one was more widely used, and if there could be some connection there as well.
Mr. Barnes.
Yeah, this was a first incredible news, of course. I'm wondering, Dr. Wright, are we also looking at pairing districts who are excelling, rising in terms of chronic absenteeism with those who are still stagnant or coming along?
That's exactly why I lifted that up, because I think that's a great idea. And so I think that's something that I'll take to the superintendent's meeting the next time I meet with them to see if that's something that they would be interested in doing. I think it's a great idea.
Definitely, and I think it would also be interesting. I know that we here we are tracking progress, reading and mathematics. If we could see where our districts are in terms of chronic absenteeism as well, especially given we've seen such a notable improvement, 6 percentage point reduction.
Outstanding. All right, well, thank you very much. We
Just stay there.
are going to transition now. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Sanderson, you can stay put. We also would like to welcome Ms. Emma Pellerin on our aligned metrics item. This is an action item. We're going to be making some updates to our aligned metrics, so we'll do that with each board after a presentation. Turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. And as he mentioned, he introduced who's become my bestie with Ms. Pellerin. We've spent better part of 2 years, if not longer, engaged in this work. So I wanted to give an update to you all on the progress that's been made around the aligned metrics. That's been largely joint partnership between AIB and MSDE. One of the things this ties into for us, not only Pillar 5, but also our Goal 5. We spent a lot of time this morning talking about accountability and governance, and once again, this is in the direction of that as we started down this journey of identifying common metrics to evaluate system progress and statewide progress. And so we want to share with you today some of what we've observed and some of where we're going and proposals for consideration. This is a high-level timeline of the work that's been done mostly to date. We'll be updating it next time we come back to you to show an entry representing this board meeting. But you'll see that we engaged in this in June of 2024. Prior to that, AIB and MSDE were engaged in work in trying to identify alignment across the multiple strategic plans, either through the implementation plan for AIB or through MSDE and State Board strategic plan, in addition to, at the time, the Moore-Miller state plan that had been introduced in February of 2024. And from that, we were able to identify common themes that emerged, such as interest in focusing on early childhood, or focusing on literacy or mathematics, or on teacher retention and recruitment and so forth. And so we'll share with you some of those updated metrics. But as we've gone through this, along the way, we've been able to bring proposals for consideration on not only the metrics, but also on target setting that we've introduced for board consideration. What I'm going to step you through now for the first few slides are those aligned metrics that have previous agreements, what we used as the baseline year-end data to inform target setting for where we wanted to go. And so what you'll see on this slide, it is predominantly our MCAP slide. It has a focus on grade 3 ELA, then grades 3 through 8 cumulatively in ELA, and then on the mathematics side, we focused on our start with grade 5 mathematics, and then again, a separate measure that focuses collectively on grades 3 through 8 mathematics. And what you'll see here is based on 2023-2024 school year, our baseline rates that we established. The target setting was predominantly built on, we wanted to increase our proficiency rates 5 percentage points each year. And so over the course of 2 years, we had target set for a 10 percentage point increase within this. Most recently, based on last school year, our test results, you'll see that we did make improvements in each of our indicators. It wasn't at the optimal level of 5 percentage points, but we went into this knowing that we would rather aim high and miss rather than not aim high enough. And so we still have aggressive and ambitious targets throughout, but we are seeing progress in each of our academic areas. I think we also have additional data that we're observing, not just through MCAP, but as recently as the education scorecard that we just shared with you, other indicators that are suggesting the momentum is building and progress is being made. For this one focuses on the workforce. What we were trying to target here is not only to retain our teachers, but also to diversify the workforce. And so you'll see we had an indicator that was focused on % of new teachers of color, being able to increase diversity within the education workforce. Also, in addition to increasing diversity, retaining our teachers that are coming in and working and supporting our kids. And then looking at also with the overall retention for all teachers. And so what you'll see here is an example for the % of new teachers. We had a baseline data at that time of 46% of our workforce would be what we would consider individuals of color. And what we had target set was to increase that rate by 9 percentage points over the course of 2 years. Most recently, based on our 2024-2025 data collection, you'll see that we had an increase of 3 percentage points. It is, for the last 2 indicators, you'll see that it's been stable over the course of the 2 years on our retention, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. While we want to increase our retention rates, we're not seeing that it is increasing or decreasing, I should say. And so I think this is also encouraging. And then for the third slide, before I turn it over to my colleague, we have spent a whole lot of time talking about the importance of students being in the classroom. And so at the time, in partnership with Attendance Works, we embraced cutting the chronic absenteeism rate in half. Based on board consideration, we decided to swing heavy and hard and cut that rate in half over the course of 2 years. And so you'll see we baseline off of the 2022-2023 school year. At that time, we had a chronic absenteeism rate of 30% within our state overall. We most recently observed a rate of 25%, and so we have seen a 5 percentage point reduction in respect over the course of the 2 years. We are target setting for the end of this school year to have that rate come in at 15%. I can tell you from the new monthly chronic absenteeism tracking that we have implemented this year in data collection, we are continuing to see a decrease in our rate of chronic absenteeism, which is a good thing. I don't know if we'll recognize our target, but I can say that the data would support that we are continuing in the direction that we would like. And with that?
Good. Just one interruption.
Yes, sir.
Most people don't know what chronic absenteeism means.
Okay. So chronic absenteeism in the state of Maryland follows the federal definition, which would represent students that are missing 10% or more of their school year.
Yeah.
And so as an example, if you had 180 days, if a student missed 18 days of the school year, then they would be considered chronically absent.
Yeah, thank you. I want to make sure people fully understood that because
No, that's a good
I've heard
question. We
different
do get asked
definitions.
it quite
Thank you.
I have a question. Chronic absenteeism isn't just a Maryland problem. It's a national problem. And I wondered if you have any national data to sort of see how we are faring with respect to the rest of the country.
We do. I don't know if it's been updated. The last time we pulled it would have been based on the 2023-24 school year. It is the gatekeepers in CES. They have that data available to us. At that time, Maryland was, I think, 1 percentage point below the national average. And so I think to your point, it is a persistent problem that all states are addressing.
One thing I'll add to that is we are also, participating in what's called a deep dive. We're one of, I think, 5 states that attendance work is leaning into, and Maryland is one of those states, to do a deeper dive and more of an analysis LEA by LEA to figure out exactly what is going wrong and why we're not improving faster, but also then to identify what best practices are happening around the state to share those districts that are really improving and schools that are really improving. But that is something else that we're in the midst of now, is that deep dive with Attendance Works as one of 5 states.
Great, thank you.
So I'm going to, it is not on, thank you. I am going to transition into the metrics that we adopted, or the boards adopted, in September of 2025, the last time that we all came together. These include increasing the percentage of teachers in community schools who are nationally board certified as an aligned metric. Baseline data is available for this from the 2024 to 2025 school year, which saw 3% of teachers in community schools were nationally board certified that year. We are looking to set a target for that metric later on for the 2027-28 school year, but continuing to look at the 2025-26, 26-27 school year data before recommending target for that metric. In addition to that metric, the boards adopted metrics related to increasing proficiency for different student groups for both the kindergarten readiness assessment as well as all state assessments for each student group. And then in addition to that, decreasing gaps in kindergarten readiness between student groups and decreasing gaps in proficiency on all state assessments between student groups. And if you can see the slide, you'll see an asterisk by student groups, which explains what that refers to. That includes students with disabilities, multilingual learners, students attending community schools, students from economically disadvantaged households, as well as different race and ethnicity, and gender groups as well. These also, the adopted metrics also include some aligned metrics that do not have targets, and that we are sharing a timeline for when we would propose those targets moving forward, as well as a proposal for a new target today for your consideration. The first metric is around increasing the percentage of kindergarten students overall scoring at the established skills level of the kindergarten readiness assessment, or the KRA. I know that there was a great presentation back in January on the new KRA results from the 2025-26 school year that breaks down the new performance levels and where Maryland students were at. So we do have baseline data from that school year of 57% of students reaching the established skills level on the early literacy component of the KRA, and then 55% of students reaching the established skills level on the math KRA. So that does look a little different, as a reminder, from the previous KRA. We are in the new era of the KRA. And we are proposing a 3 percentage point increase for both of those components of the KRA for your consideration today. That would be a target of 60% of students reaching the established skills level on the early literacy component of the KRA, and 58% of students reaching that established skills level on the math component of the KRA for the 2026 to 27 school year. That's the upcoming school year. And then revisiting that target and that data for a new target for the 2027-28 school year. So this would just be a one-year target for your consideration. Additional metrics that we do not have targets for, but plan to have available data for in the coming years include increasing the percentage of teachers participating at level 4 of the career ladder. The baseline data for that metric is anticipated in January of 2028. And we are planning to bring a proposed target for your consideration in February of 2028. And then the metric related to increasing the percentage of schools that have at least 2 FTE, student support professionals. That includes school counselors, social workers, school psychologists, and a number of other positions. That baseline data is anticipated in January of 2027, and with a plan to propose a target in February of 2027. The additional targets that still have to be set for our adopted aligned metrics also include increasing the percentage of students who meet the CCR standard, or college and career readiness standard, by the end of 10th grade in each student group. Again, those refer to the student groups that were in the previous slides. That baseline data is anticipated this fall, and we also anticipate proposing a target this fall. And then also increasing the percentage of students who meet the CCR standard by high school graduation in each student group. Again, that data is anticipated this fall, with a proposal to set a target anticipated for this fall.
I have a question, please. Yeah. 60% for KRA seems, I know we're building, so I accept that we have to take some time to get to where we want to be. But 60% seems a low number for students coming into kindergarten, particularly with all this investment in preschool. So I just wonder, what does the blueprint set a goal for kindergarten readiness assessment?
I mean, the goal, as it is for all students, is to achieve proficiency. So there's not a specific goal for KRA, but the more students come into kindergarten
ready,
the better positioned we are to achieve the overall blueprint goals. I do want to remind you, and Dr. Wright could talk more about, because the KRA has changed.
Right.
We don't have a number of years of data to base a trend on to set a target, a more ambitious target. So I believe that the Technical Advisory Committee suggested that MSDE, and Dr. Wright can speak more, suggested that a 3 percentage point increase was appropriate.
Right.
That's exactly correct. We went to the TAC and asked them, and they said it's hard with just 1 year of data.
Of course.
So
Yeah,
they said your safest bet is to go with a +3, and then once we have some trend data to look at, we could have a better projection of what to set the next target at.
Yeah. It just seems to me that not next year, or maybe even the year after that, but
We
down the
certainly-
road,
yeah.
it
Oh,
seems
yeah.
to me
Oh, yeah.
we should be thinking of a lot higher than
Well,
60%.
Yeah, and I think that's going to probably, the other thing that I was thinking of is how can we also track data by pre-K? Because the pre-K education is leading into the kindergarten readiness assessment in fall. So I think one of the things that I want to talk with Sarah about is how can we, across the state, try and track what's happening in pre-K in a way that could lead to a KRA score, in the fall of kindergarten. And right now, we don't know that. So we don't know, we don't have that kind of data that's writ large, across the state. So that's why the TAC just said, go with a +3 until we can get more information. Yeah.
Important to remember, though, right now, we're only serving about 50% of our pre-K students.
Right.
Because of the way we've separated out who's eligible. So, we're going to have a lot of students that we don't serve before this assessment is given by the nature of the design in Pillar 1. Dr. Carr?
I probably should know this, but I don't. What is the measure you're using?
It's the title of it. Sarah, what's the title of the KRA? Or Jeff, what's the title of the KRA?
The KRA.
Press your button, Jeff, press your button. Yeah, there you go, start again.
It's the STAR program that was developed by Renaissance Learning. That is the program that we're using for our new KRA instrument.
Ah, okay. All right, well, maybe you and I can have some further talk about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to Dr. Wright's point, some of the feedback we received on for the Blueprint Comprehensive Plan was exactly urging AIB and MSD to look at the KRA data by pre-K provider type of provider and provider, and, you know, so that we can learn from that. And so I just want to second what you're suggesting.
One thing that I want to say that helped us in my prior job, we had a standardized kindergarten registration form across the state, and we changed the form to require parents to let us know where their children were as 4-year-olds. So that when we gave the KRA, I could disaggregate that by were they at home, were they in Head Start, were they in private pre-K, were they in public pre-K, and that gave us this kind of information then, because then I could deploy early childhood coaches into those programs that were struggling the most, whether they were private or public. We invited all people that touch 3s and 4s to our professional learning for free. So that was a way to try and build, you know, the capacity and to build the quality. So I think that there's more than one strategy that we're going to have to look at in order to really get this data. But Dr. Michael brings up a really good point. If we're only capturing 50% of it, then the only way that we could do that would be to have them identify in kindergarten where they were as 4s. So then we could then have a better insight as to which programs were producing those children that, you know, are coming in at a higher level than others. So just a thought for that too.
Dr. Lynch?
I have a question about the increasing the percentage of schools that have a 2.0 FTE. You know, most national organizations actually have a ratio, a per pupil ratio. And so, you know, two FTEs in a very small elementary school with low needs feels very different than 2 FTEs in a very high school with high needs. So I'm wondering how we're thinking about differentiating and making sure that the FTEs are actually following the need and we aren't just sort of arbitrarily placing FTEs.
I was just saying, this is a much broader definition than the blueprint originally had. The blueprint was very narrow. It was, I believe, school counselors and school psychologists, if memory served. And so we said, well, why don't we think about what are they trying to serve in terms of your need and mental health needs and wraparound services and things of that nature. So we expanded it to include others that also touched children in this area to try and grab as many of those people as we could. Because the other thing that we're noting in some of the districts is that some of the cuts that are being made in the budgets are in this area. So we thought if we broadened it to say, okay, we're going to include social workers and we're going to include PPWs and things of that nature, that would give us a better idea of our children being covered. Because you're exactly right. A small school with low needs versus a small school with even high needs is 2.0 sufficient. And so this is at least a beginning to capture that data.
All right, so we have, this is an action item for us, is approving the updated aligned metrics. Do we want to, is there any specific questions on the aligned metrics that need to be covered before we can move to action on these? Dr. Lynch?
Can I just ask one other clarifying question of going back to the teachers? When you talked about teacher retention, had you accounted for retirements and movements across districts?
They would count negatively in the equation. So the way that the business rules that are established, yes, we did, but the way the business rules is established is looking at over the past 3 years where the teacher's still employed in the role of a teacher.
In the LEA or in the state?
In the state. Well, it depends on which one we're looking at. So we do have.
That's what we're asking for this goal for the 74%. Is the business rule there, they retain in the state or they retain in the LEA?
This would be in the state.
And does it account for retirements?
It does, but it would count. So if I am a teacher in 25, 26, and then I retire, I would not be counted positively in the retention rate.
Is there a way to accommodate for that? Because I think certainly losing a teacher to another profession feels different than losing a teacher for retirement, especially as we have sort of an aging teaching population. I would hate to have that be sort of entered into, like somebody naturally retiring after giving 35 years of service shouldn't be considered in an attrition formula in the same way, I wouldn't think.
And so we can. Part of our consideration as we look at the data would be all baseline data would have been calculated in the same manner. And so it is an adjustment. So we could go back and look at baseline data and account for retirements, which I would assume is going to inflate or increase the overall retention rates, and then it would be looking at it. I mean, we can look at it that way, our common business rules, when we look at teacher diversity and teacher retention, not just in the context of aligned metrics, would be that retirements would be a lever within our current business practice.
I would, another way to look at this in terms of accounting it is that we understand that that goal is never going to exceed or rise. It's not going to go to 100% or 95 because there is natural attrition there. And so maybe it's about being specific that it is inclusive of retirement in the way that we describe it.
Yeah. And as many of the AIB board members will recall during the progress monitoring conferences that we had this fall, where we went over these specific metrics with LEA staff, that was a pretty frequent question when we were confirming the definition of retention versus attrition, and concern about how that is messaged and communicated, especially when this data is relayed to the public around including retirement and having it count against retention. Or being seen as counting against retention. So our dashboards that we're in the process of developing and hopefully posting very soon on the AIB website will actually break down the retention rate and, the attrition rate into different categories that include retirement. So you can see, yes, the attrition rate is 30%, but we see that 10%, 15% of that, or half of that, is made up of retirements in a particular district as well as at the state level. So we are trying to help address some of those concerns with the ways that we are currently, specifically our great data analyst Jordan Berry is building the dashboards.
Outstanding. Other technical questions? Okay, I'm going to take that as we're ready to vote. Chair Leggett, do you want to take the honors?
I think we have the report before us, and I'm going to move that the board of the AIB adopt the matrix as presented to us by our staff. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. There are none registered on the vote? Seeing or hearing none? All in favor, please indicate by raising your hands. All those in attendance, I think we had none. This is just AIB, right? Yeah. All the members of AIB in attendance voted in affirmative. Thank you.
And is anybody online?
Right. Member Quick McQueen?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll confirm that.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. And same thing to members of the State Board. Is there a motion to approve, entertain a motion to approve the aligned metrics as outlined in the presentation? Dr. Goldson, is there a second? Dr. Carr, is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're prepared to move to a strategic plan highlight on community schools implementation. Please turn it to Dr. Wright at this time.
Yes, I'm going to ask Derek Anderson and Mary Gable to come to the table to present this item. And this is information only.
Oh, I think I'm on now. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Mr. Leggett, Dr. Wright, members of the State Board, members of the AIB Board. Thank you for having us to discuss community schools. I'll pass it to with you this afternoon. So we always tie things into our strategic plan, and of course we are in Pillar 4. To look at ensuring that every student has the resources that they need, and in particular, Goal 4, which is establishing community schools, amongst our most powerful levers for making this goal a reality for students and families navigating challenges of poverty. So what is the community schools strategy? What we want to enforce, or not enforce, but really clarify, is community schools, they're not a program, but they're a strategy for transforming how schools serve students and families. This underscores the idea that a community school serves not only as a place for learning, but as a hub for the community. It identifies assets specific to the community and addresses the unique needs of students and their families. The growth has been incredible. When we started in FY20, following the blueprint, we had 193 community schools. We are now at 720 community schools. That represents a 273% growth in the number of schools that we're serving. Community schools did exist before the blueprint based on the distribution of poverty. And today, as we approach these, and in fact next year, may be adding a few more. So where are our community schools? They're all over the state, spanning all 24 of our LEAs, with areas ranging from the Baltimore City, where 100% of the schools are designated, to small rural systems like Garrett County that has 5 community schools. The funding comes in, as defined in the blueprint, or as all of you know, in a personnel grant and a per pupil grant. These grants are based on a calculation of the poverty. There's no application, as you know. Eligibility is based on farms, submission, and other economically disadvantaged indicator. The personnel grant, as a reminder, comes in year 1 of the designation, and in particular, that is ensuring funding of 2 positions. One is the community school coordinator, and the second is a full-time health provider. The per pupil grant, which is allocated after the first year, is calculated using a weighted student formula and is earmarked for wraparound services that support students' holistic development, both in the classroom and beyond. So now I'm going to turn it over to our expert in community schools, Derek Anderson, who's the executive director. And I'll give you that.
Thank you, Mary. What we're going to move on to next are what I like to call the 3 C's of our support of community schools across the state. We'll start with compliance. Although it's one piece, it's an important part of the work we do to support community schools. Starting last summer, community schools are now required to report what you see on the screen here annually, and those are a number of measures, including the number of students identified as needing one or more supports, and another example includes what strategies are being implemented to reduce chronic absenteeism. That reporting continues this coming summer and every year thereafter. Beyond this annual reporting, community schools are also required to complete an assets and needs assessment in their first year, followed by a data-informed implementation plan during year 2. These requirements ensure that the resource decisions are grounded in the evidence collected at the school within the community, rather than assumptions made without being data-informed. During the 24-25 school year, we had more than 305,000 students identified in our community schools as needing support through one or more of the wraparound services that are defined in the blueprint. This number reflects not just a statistic, but really a call to action. Community schools are our most direct approach to ensuring that every student, regardless of their zip code, has access to the supports they need to thrive. Put another way, the community school strategy is a cradle-to-career strategy that can connect students and families to supports at every stage, from early childhood to workforce readiness. The next table here gives us just a glimpse at the service delivery and what it actually looked like last year during the 24-25 school year. Some of the top services by student reach are captured here, including 92% of students enrolled at community schools were supported in some way, shape, or form to address attendance. A little over 70% of students were impacted based on trying to enhance the learning environment at our community schools. I'll jump down to another one. A little more than 2/3 of our students and/or families were impacted by community engagement efforts being intentionally implemented at the community schools. These are intentional efforts and investments aimed at addressing needs that, if left unmet, could potentially create barriers to the learning of our students across the state. The next table summarizes where investments were made by wraparound service. During the 24-25 school year, community schools statewide spent a total of a little over $210 million in concentration of poverty grant funding. The top 3 categories of investment were enhancing the learning environment. That was largely positions such as paraprofessionals working alongside teachers in classroom to support first instruction. The next is providing student enrichment experiences. This is provided through contracted services where a provider could come in and provide enhanced integration, art integration, and other programming that may not be readily available at the school and/or be enhanced through this additional investment. The third one I'll point out in terms of top investments includes additional social workers, mentors, and counselors. And you can see that those positions speak for themselves in regards to the support that they provide both students and their families throughout the course of any given school year. We've touched on compliance with the required assets and needs assessment and the implementation plan that I mentioned a little bit earlier. But what I'd like to do now is move beyond compliance, and that's something we really try to do as an office, is to move beyond compliance and into capacity building. It's about making community schools leaders from just, the community school leaders, moving them from just meeting requirements to making an impact on the students and families that they serve. The third commitment is connection, and that is our ongoing effort to work alongside multiple local, state, and national partners to extend our reach continuously and strengthen what we can offer our community schools ecosystem across Maryland. One of the most significant developments in terms of our ecosystem this year has been the expansion of our community schools branch team. We currently have 2 new community school specialists who have recently joined us and a third one pending. Each will be serving as a dedicated regional point of contact across the state to support not just district-level community school leaders, but school-based leaders as well. In addition to building the capacity at the school with and amongst school-based leaders, we also collaborate closely with local education agencies. They are best positioned to support the work happening in their respective community schools. For LEAs opting to reserve up to 50% of their concentration of poverty funds for that central support, we now have a countywide community school implementation plan that guides them in documenting LEA-level infrastructure, staffing, shared services, and other partnerships to support implementation of the strategy across all of their designated schools within the local education agency. Additionally, we have developed a year-long professional learning and technical assistance guide in collaboration with our partners, offering monthly leadership meetings, cluster sessions, various webinars, boot camps, benchmark academies, and communities of practice, all to support the work of community schools throughout the duration of the year, because one thing we recognize is that the needs of students and families do not stop with the beginning and end of a school year, but those needs and supports continue throughout the course of the summer as well. Our network of partners, including Towson University's Maryland Center of Community Schools, the Governor's Office for Children, MSEA, and NEA, communities and schools, as well as others, really extends the reach of our office well beyond what MSDE can do alone. Next, I want to share a couple of important initiatives that are helping us to begin developing an evidence base for our community schools here in Maryland. I'll start with the Bright Spots Project, and this is something that was developed in partnership with the Governor's Office of Children, and we're looking to identify community schools demonstrating measurable success in not only reducing chronic absenteeism, but also improving reading proficiency on MCAT. This is going to translate into findings that we can make accessible through case studies and share it broadly throughout the state of Maryland. There's a saying that goes, once you've seen one community school, you've seen one community school, so we're really looking to highlight what some of those practices are and the how behind the progress demonstrated and share that across our state. Additionally, a multi-year statewide evaluation will be conducted by the Maryland Center for Community Schools at Towson University, and this will assess key outcomes over time and as well as examine student and family well-being and their access to the wraparound services made available in their communities. A few LEA spotlights on this slide offer a preview of what the data is showing. In Allegheny County, elementary community schools implementing the strategy since the 21-22 school year have reduced their chronic absenteeism by an average of a little over 17%, which is actually outpacing the county-wide average by 6 percentage points. Baltimore City, where Mary mentioned 100% of schools are designated community schools, have invested $43 million system-wide to create buildings and schools that are welcoming, provide those learning environments where students can thrive, and other climate supports that address the holistic needs of its students. Dorchester County elementary community schools have increased the number of 3rd through 5th grade students scoring proficient or above in reading on MCAT by an average of 17 percentage points compared to a countywide average in Dorchester of 13 percentage points. And Dorchester was one of the LEAs that were spotlighted in an earlier presentation. Chronic absenteeism remains one of our most pressing challenges statewide here in Maryland and nationally. Community schools, this slide here demonstrates the community school progress compared to statewide progress with reducing chronic absenteeism. And community schools are implementing a number of multi-tiered approaches to really maximize implementation of the strategy. You can see on this slide here, it summarizes some of the most common approaches that community schools have implemented to reduce chronic absenteeism. But the highlight here is just addressing this challenge of chronic absenteeism on a multiple level of tiers from 1 to 3, and doing this simultaneously is something we see consistently across community schools. And it's really taking that collective approach to address those root causes and getting students to school more consistently. In closing, we just want to reiterate that community schools are not a program. They are a strategy for transforming how schools serve students and families. Some of the numbers we shared earlier tell a part of the story: the 700 schools, more than 700 implementing the strategy, the more than 305,000 students identified as needing supports, the more than $200 million invested just last year alone. While that's part of the story, the other part of the story comes together when a community school becomes that place where a family can not only have their student access high-quality instruction, but they can also receive food assistance to support their family. They can receive referrals for mental health supports. They can identify a trusted adult that is in that building that they can come see Monday through Friday, and in some cases, through extended learning opportunities. That is what Maryland's community schools are working to create every day. And we thank you for your time this afternoon, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Questions from board members?
Let him go.
Mr. Barnes and then Dr. Kerwin.
Yeah, thank you for the update on community schooling. I'm wondering, I know that each school is required at the onset for the first year to have the assets and needs assessment. But how are we ensuring that that process of identifying strengths, resources, and gaps for students is not just occurring at the front end, but is occurring throughout the implementation of? Is there a data analysis that is done that allows schools to pivot effectively if they must? Because students' needs will evolve throughout the year.
Absolutely.
As well.
Absolutely. So there are two approaches we offer to address that in the guidance that we offer, not just school-based leaders, but districts as well. After you complete an assets and needs assessment and then develop the implementation plan, we recommend revisiting that implementation plan and/or assets and needs assessment data to potentially update and adjust your implementation plan. It doesn't have to necessarily wait for 3 years. If you notice that there's a need that comes about after year 2, then by all means, we want to give school teams that flexibility to be responsive to their communities.
So you would be looking at the data that is collected regarding student outcomes or?
Yes, so in addition to completing an assets and needs assessment, during that second year, each community school is required to develop an implementation plan with 3 specific goals. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're pigeonholed to those 3 goals over the course of 3 years, because we recognize that new needs do arise. So we provide them the opportunity to say, hey, we want to update our implementation plan using the data, not just on a whim, but based on what we are learning about our students and/or our community.
Can you explain how we've added wraparound services that can address instruction in the past 2 years? Can you address that? I think it might help.
Yes, so for a long time, the community school strategy was really looking at like that service delivery approach. So it was focused more so on outputs rather than outcomes. I think we're at a critical point to really shift because we have such a large number of community schools. Within the last 2 years, we've added a more specific or explicit academic wraparound service, and that is in-person tutoring. It's been expanded through the last legislative session to look at academic interventions, whether that be through small groups or with one-on-one interventions. But the conversation around academics and the potential for these wraparound services to support not just those barriers beyond the classroom, but help them thrive in the classroom as well, is where we are shifting for sure.
Definitely.
Yep, we have Dr. Kerwin, and then we're going to take Ms. Leonard, and we have.
Are you through with your?
I did have one
follow-up.
Okay. My concern is that if we are doing the assets and needs assessment, and then we have an implementation plan where we say, okay, in response to this need, we're going to do this, this, and this. And what you're telling me is that then they're going to revisit that data. I'm not seeing how that would enable you to identify additional needs or gaps.
Well, it can happen 2 ways. So implementation or the collection of data does not stop with the completion of the assets and needs assessment. What we recommend is that throughout, whether you're in the first year of implementation or the 4th year of implementation, there are some feedback loops in regards to, is this plan working and/or do we need to adjust?
Yeah, I think that it's not like in the first year in 2019, 2020, they did a needs assessment, and the next year an implementation plan, but they revisit that cycle. So there's multiple needs assessment multiple looks at the data to really dig in to see what the needs are.
Thank you. Dr. Kerwin.
Thank you for your report. As I recall, the implementation strategy for community schools was to start with the schools that had the highest concentration of poverty, and then start adding in other schools over the years down to schools that had 55% or more. I believe at this point we're funding all community schools. Is that right? I mean, any school with 55% or more poverty level community is getting at least the base funding.
That is correct. So beginning this current fiscal year, that eligibility threshold of 55% is
right. So my question really is, where are we in terms of the full implementation of the community schools? Are there additional resources that will be allocated according to the plan in future years, or are we now fully funded with community schools?
Well, looking ahead to fiscal year 27, we are plateauing for the first time. Mary shared that bar graph a little bit earlier of just demonstrating the growth. Right. We don't expect that same level of growth going into fiscal year 27, right. So we'll be at that 730-ish range. Mm-hmm. But I think a couple of different things are happening as we start to plateau. One, for the first time starting last year, We are enabling the smaller districts to use a portion of their funds for that central office or LEA level
Right.
support, which was
Right.
not existent in some of our smaller districts that didn't have 40-plus
Right.
schools. I would also add that the addition of the personnel and staffing as an agency and providing that regional level of support is promoting that collaboration across districts so that
Right.
we can learn with and from each other.
Yeah,
So
that's-
my real question is the schools with the highest concentration of poverty, I forget, was it 90%?
Start at 80%.
85. Are they now fully funded?
No.
No.
So, sorry, can I?
So how does what is the funding strategy going forward to get community schools fully funded?
So the per pupil grants are what you're referring to. So all of the schools, as Mr. Anderson said, are now receiving the personnel grant down to the 55%. The per pupil grant is a separate formula that is phased in over a period of time based on how many years you've been a community school. So it's kind of, it's not.
Presumably, and the level of poverty in the school.
Yes, it's a sliding scale. The per pupil amount is the sliding scale, and then the year that you receive the money and the increase is also phased in. So it's complicated. We can certainly get you give you something that shows the whole phase in, but no, the 80% schools, which were the first schools that were identified.
They got anything.
Beginning
yeah.
in fiscal 20, before the full blueprint passed, have not fully gotten to the full amount of the per pupil grant.
Okay. I would like to see what the schedule, roughly what the schedule is. Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, and we have Ms. Leonard, and then we'll close with Dr. Lynch. Great, Dr. Lynch.
Thank you so much for your report, and I think it's really great to see just the impact of community schools and how it is impacting overall student achievement. And I was particularly noting your last statement of expanding the use of funds to include wraparound supports and tutoring, which I think is really, really important. I think there's a cautionary tale there, though, that we don't start to use those funds to supplant other things so that we become so focused specifically on something like tutoring that we lose the real value of a community school, which is ensuring that families and students have the full participation in all activities related to school, including things like after-school arts and clubs and sports. And, and so I just challenge us to continue to think of ways that we are collecting data that is beyond just a data point on a specific test or a score, to also make sure that that the value that we are seeing in these numbers includes sometimes more intangible or difficult to measure benefits that our communities are feeling. And I don't want that to be lost in this shift. It's important, but I don't want it to be sort of overshadowed.
I think we've gotten better at collecting the data and a better ability to display it. We're really working on that, working in that area.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Our final business information item today is the CTE Joint Vision Statement Implementation Update and we'll have Mr. Kincaid, who will be providing that report.
Gets me every time. Good afternoon. President Michael, Chair Leggett, members of the State Board and AIB, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Richard Kincaid, and I serve as the Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of College and Career Pathways. Today, I'll walk you through how the Joint Career and Technical Education Vision adopted by these two boards and the CT Committee of the Governor's Workforce Development Board becomes operational, what the Maryland State Department of Education has already built, and where the remaining work lies. Before diving into the implementation plan itself, I want to anchor the conversation in two frameworks. The MSD strategic plan, Maryland Momentum, organizes our work around 5 pillars: early childhood education, high quality and diverse teachers and leaders, college and career readiness, more resources for student success, and governance and accountability. The blueprint for Maryland's future is structured around these same exact 5 pillars. That shared structure is what allows the State Board of Education, the AIB, and MSDE to align on a single set of priorities, and what we present today lives squarely in Pillar 3. Pillar 3 commits to every student graduating high school and college and career ready. Within that goal, 2 outcomes align directly with the work that's directly in front of us today. Outcome 3K commits to increasing the percentage of students completing at least one component of a post-secondary post-CCR pathway, including registered apprenticeships, industry-recognized credentials, and career-connected learning experiences. Outcome 3L commits specifically to increasing high school participation in registered apprenticeships. The CT implementation plan operationalizes both of these. There are 5 areas to consider and to cover this afternoon. First, the vision and the implementation plan itself. Second, the system redesign MSD has already executed. Third, how that work enables students to be apprenticeship ready by grade 11. Fourth, where the constraints actually live. And finally, our path forward. The implementation plan does 3 things. It operationalizes the joint CTE vision, which the AIB, the State Board, and the CT Committee approved over November and December of last year. It implements the Maryland CTE framework, and it advances the blueprint's 45% goal. The plan was necessary because the field needed clear direction. Industry-recognized credentials are often the faster, more efficient path to the 45% threshold. And without dedicated apprenticeship metrics, the system would naturally gravitate there. This plan carves out apprenticeship-specific targets so that registered apprenticeship, the blueprint's headline outcome within this section, does not get crowded out by the easier wins. Draft annual targets keep us accountable every year between now and 2031, not just at the very end. So delivering on this vision is a shared responsibility. The implementation plan defines 4 key partners and assigns them specific roles. Expanding student access and awareness of apprenticeships and industry-recognized credentials, ensuring cohesiveness among our state agency partners, aligning those agencies and modernizing the data infrastructure that tracks progress, and increasing employer engagement to expand those apprenticeship opportunities. Each role has a clear owner, and within this slide, you'll see that MSDE leads the work that prepares students. The plan concentrates employer engagement where Maryland's demand is the greatest. 6 lighthouse industries anchor the work: healthcare, advanced manufacturing, skilled trades, information technology, biosciences, and education. These sectors reflect both labor market demand and the areas where students are most ready to step in. Each lighthouse sector is reflected in the new CTE programs of study and industry-led career-level standards adopted by the State Board in September of 2025. Where we have the deepest current traction is in the education sector, where our own LEAs lead as apprenticeship host, followed by skilled trades and healthcare. Information technology, advanced manufacturing, and biosciences are the sectors where student interest is high, but employer capacity still needs to scale. So the vision is clear. By the 2030-31 school year, 1 in 4 college and career ready graduates will complete the high school level of a registered apprenticeship. That is 45% of college and career ready graduates earning either a high school level registered apprenticeship or another industry recognized credential if the apprenticeship is not available. In real numbers, that means 4,050 high school registered apprenticeships for the class of 2031. The framework on the right is how we get there: aligned instruction, high-quality programs, apprenticeship and credential completion as one of the default exits, and a career coaching system that supports every student along the way. The plan organizes the work into 3 core objectives. 1, increase employer engagement to expand high school level registered apprenticeships, including a $5 million intermediary investment in the Maryland Apprenticeship Incentive Program. 2, remove the barriers from the student side, such as scheduling, transportation, awareness, and examining graduation requirements so participation is actually possible. And 3, modernize the data infrastructure with a public-facing dashboard so progress is transparent. The next sections walk you through where MSD already owns the work and is executing on many of these things. The plan rests really on 2 interlocking systems. MSD owns the student side, making sure every student is apprenticeship ready by grade 11. We own that work through a couple of pillars: a redesigned CTE system with core and flex scheduling so apprenticeship is viable within any one of our programs of study, a statewide industry-recognized credential policy that vets credentials against labor market demand, and a career-connected learning system that runs from middle grades through post-graduation. Industry sector partners own the other half of this equation, opening seats and sponsoring apprentices at the scale of what Maryland schools are now producing. And these 4 transformations are not pilots. They are the operating model. Core and Flex is being implemented currently statewide. The high school experience redesign provides support and models for redesigning the high school schedule, opening flexibility for career-connected learning. We're in recruitment for that specific role right now, with implementation targeted for school year 28-29. The industry-recognized credential approval process is operational, with more than 202 industry-aligned and program-supported credentials approved since 2024. And the career-connected learning system is built and scaling across 6 early adopter LEAs, representing the size and diversity variations of Maryland. I want this board to hear that clearly. When MSD talks about apprenticeship readiness, we are describing infrastructure that we already have on the ground. And the proof is in the numbers. Youth apprenticeship is now in every Maryland school district, 24 of 24 LEAs across our state. Student apprentices have grown from 15 in school year 2017 and 18 to 1,380 in the 24-25 school year. That is a 2-county pilot becoming a statewide system in 7 years. MSD has invested $12.2 million through the Maryland Works Grant to drive that growth, standing up programs, supporting students, and incentivizing businesses and intermediaries. The system is not aspirational. We are currently producing youth apprenticeships at scale across our state. How we get student apprenticeship ready is operational across 5 different components. Programs of study are aligned to apprenticeship-related instruction. Sequencing business rules protect time for work-based learning. Career coaching begins in the middle grades and follows students all the way to graduation. When an apprenticeship is not available, then students exit with an industry-recognized credential or other career-connected learning experience. And MSD's spectacular Grow Your Own work aligns student readiness to Maryland's demand sectors. The bottom line, readiness is no longer a limiting factor. Student demand already exceeds available employer seats across our state. So here's something that these 2 boards need to hear directly. The single largest aggregate host of high school apprentices in the state of Maryland are currently being hosted at local education agencies. Districts are sponsoring apprenticeships in teaching as paraprofessionals, public safety roles, skilled trades, and operational roles, all on school campuses across Maryland. That is proof of concept. Schools are matching student readiness with real apprenticeship seats. The chart shows 7 districts alone hosting more than 600 apprentices in the 24-25 school year. The question these boards should hold is whether industry partners will match the same commitment that's already been made by LEAs across our state. Across an 8-district sample, more than 2,700 students are currently waitlisted, unplaced, or expressing apprenticeship beyond current available capacity within their counties or region. In several districts, capacity is in the single digits, while student demand runs into the hundreds. This is the constraint. It's not student interest, it's not school readiness, it's not the CTE system, it is the supply of apprenticeship seats from employers around Maryland. Now, I want to be clear about one definitional point. We did cover this in a prior board meeting, but there's a lot of new faces around the table, so I want to be really clear when we talk about the different types of apprenticeships, because those definitions matter. So the data that you're seeing on these slides reflect youth apprenticeships, which are pre-apprenticeships that are structured by the state. The blueprint and these boards stipulate something different from what you're seeing. High school level of a registered apprenticeship are apprenticeships that are registered with either the Maryland Department of Labor or the U.S. Department of Labor. And the difference between the registered apprenticeship and a youth apprenticeship is economic, it's not educational. A registered apprenticeship carries a published wage progression, a credentialed pathway to journey person status, and effectively a guarantee of continued employment beyond high school. A youth apprenticeship doesn't do those things. Conflating the two understates the tremendous amount of work that we have ahead of us. That said, two key opportunities do sit in front of us. First, the Department of Labor has an opportunity to provide credit for prior learning, allowing the work students complete in a youth apprenticeship to count towards a registered apprenticeship. Second, we and industry sector partners can form-fit existing registered apprenticeship standards into high school compatible structures, industry by industry. Both are system-level reforms, and both will determine whether or not we hit that 4,050 goal by 2031. MSD has built the readiness system. Our schools stand ready to fill the registered apprenticeship seats that are presented to us, but the work ahead is no doubt collective work. So, what will it take to reach 4,050 by 2031? Literally the question that keeps me up all night. On the education side, MSD will continue to scale core and flex across every local educational agency. We'll continue to approve and align industry-recognized credentials with our partners at the CT committee and making sure to align those to labor demand. We'll operate the career-connected learning and career coaching systems, and we'll publish a public-facing dashboard consistent with the plan's third objective. By hitting this target, it also requires that we work differently together. MSDE, the Department of Labor, Maryland's Department of Commerce, the Maryland Higher Education Commission, and the Governor's Workforce Development Board each have a side that they need to take care of. That is necessary, but it's also not sufficient. What students and businesses actually need is a single coordinated front, clear handoffs, shared metrics, and one story about what the state of Maryland is building. MSD is embracing that change, and we're sending that signal through our LEAs. We expect labor to step up alongside us, and conversely, they should expect us to show up alongside them. On the industry side, the ask is direct. Recruit for and open apprenticeship seats at the scale of student demand. Engage through intermediaries that this plan funds. And partner with our local education agencies and the Maryland Department of Labor to convert student interest into actual apprenticeship seats. The next chapter of Blueprint runs through Maryland's business and industry partners, and the next chapter of how we serve them runs through how we, as state agencies, choose to work together. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any and all of your questions.
Not all of them. We're not doing
Maybe
that.
not all of them. All right. Do I get to choose?
All right. We got a hand from Dr. Lynch, then Dr. Kerwin.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation, and it sounds to me, I think you've clearly stated that we have a gap really in supply. You know, that we don't have those registered apprenticeships for students to go into. And so I think there's multiple questions that I have around that. And one is, how are we engaging maybe with the Department of Labor, but with our industry partners to determine why the supply gap? Is it that it's too difficult to move through a process? Is it I don't have a need? Because if we are in essence trying to prepare students for something that doesn't have any supply, we are not effectively preparing students. But if there is a desire from our industry partners, but there are other barriers, we need to address that. So I'm not sure that we've really address the issue, because if it turns out that there just is no supply, then I think that we're going to have to pivot at some point in time to think about what preparation post high school graduation really means. And at the same time, if there are barriers, I'm interested to know, how do we actually address those barriers? It can't sit completely on the shoulders of MSD, which I think you've made really clear, but then where does it sit for the benefit of students?
No, and I appreciate your question, Dr. Lynch. And I think maybe the best answer for right now is I think it's even more foundational than a number of the things that you described, right? And so when we think about, is there an available supply of apprenticeships? That's generally not how we base whether or not, for example, a CTE program is designed, developed, and implemented. What we look at is labor market data, and we do this every 2 years across our CTE systems. We do it through a federal requirement called the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment. And this is where county officials, LEAs, workforce board, post-secondary partners, parents, students come together and evaluate whether or not a program needs to continue, needs to be sunset, and it's all grounded in labor market data. Here's the caveat. When we're looking at labor market data, we're looking at available jobs. Right? We're not looking at, in that lens, available apprenticeship seats. So let's take a more nuanced approach to that. When an employer makes a decision to open up a spot that is a registered apprenticeship, particularly for our smaller family-owned businesses across our state, it's not a decision of, do I want to offer a registered apprenticeship? It's, I have a single FTE. I have one job opening. Do I want that to be a full-time position that I normally, just through normal means, recruit for and hire for? Or do I want that position to actually be an apprenticeship, right? That's the economic decision that employers have to make. And so when we're looking at labor market data, it really is that conversation that labor and MSD and others throughout the state can have to educate our business community. But at the end of the day, it's the economic decision of the individual business owner to decide how they want to staff the open position that they have, right?
Thank you. Dr. Kerwin.
Yes, I have two quick questions, one of which you may need to look for data. In principle, I'm all for this goal, obviously. But do we have any data looking across the country? Has any state been able to create the proportion of registered apprenticeships that we're trying to do, or even gotten close to it? So that's one question. The other question is, what does it mean for LEA to host an apprenticeship? Is that a student apprenticeship? Is it a registered apprenticeship? And what does it mean to host it?
Yes, so great question. So on the first, most of the data that's at scale within the U.S. So when I think about apprenticeship states that are doing this well, I think of New York through their partnership with CareerWise. I think of Indiana that's taken a wholesale state approach, right? They've done an excellent job. And they also partner with CareerWise. And most of those apprenticeships, by and large, are youth apprentices, right? And so they are youth apprenticeships. And so that's not to say that there aren't registered apprenticeships that high school students are participating in. We have 98 registered apprentices that are high school students in the state of Maryland right now, right? It happens, but the type of scale that the Blueprint goal requires, there is no place in the U.S. that I think has a scalable model across an entire
I mean, there are plenty of places in Europe that do that.
Well, sure, and they've had, there are a couple, maybe 100 years ahead of us, right? In a different economy. So, and so, structurally, could we move in that direction? The answer is yes. but it's not something that a state education agency or even a
Absolutely not.
state labor
Not-
department
not in
could
any
do sort
way.
of on
It's-
its own,
That's
right?
not in your mission.
Yeah, and so the second part of your question, what does this look like at an LEA?
Right.
These are students that are serving in an apprenticeship role. So the way that the current youth apprenticeship program in Maryland
so
works, it's the 450 hours, you have the related instruction, and these are positions that LEAs have developed in order to consume the capacity of students that are looking for apprenticeships. So, for example, in Worcester County, they have an early childhood center that's opened up on one of their high school campuses. It's fully sustainable in year 2. Many of the students that want to go into early childhood education are youth apprentices working at the center for a wage, meeting their 450-hour minimum requirement to be a youth apprentice, right? There are countless examples of that happening across the state, right?
But they're mostly youth apprenticeships.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank
Yes.
Member Werner?
I've had the pleasure of working with the State Department CTE for several years and working with Mr. Kincaid and his team, and more recently being part of the pilot of CCL. And I just want to say that I've seen our state pivot and become flexible in how we're providing CTE opportunities, the flex option CCL. And there's definitely not a lack of interest from the LEAs or from the State Department in us being flexible with scheduling, with the way that we provide IRCs, the list goes on. But I think that we've hit a point that now it's we have the students, we have the programs, we have the teachers behind it. We need places to place them. And that's evident in your data. I think the other piece to it is, and I appreciate you hitting on the small businesses, but even in large businesses that have many spots, if we do a good job of preparing our students, they're going to get hired and they're going to stay in those registered apprenticeship positions. So I worry about the sustainability of registered apprenticeship too, but there's a twofold problem here. One, having the option to even host an apprenticeship student, and also the sustainability of adding more, because with the youth apprenticeship model, we saw a lot of the student, it's temporary. With registered, in a lot of cases, the intent is that they're hired. So I worry about that long term too. This is an uphill battle in many ways with this. So I echo Member Lynch in thinking about this. Are there going to be, or can we pivot at some point if we know that the data and the positions aren't available?
And this really is the intentionality around the career-connected learning model that your county is a part of, and we're really happy that you're part of that, because we know we have a lot of kids that are interested in getting work-based learning experience. We also know there are a lot of students that even as much as they want, there may not be an apprenticeship seat that's available. But we still have students until they graduate. We still have to provide them with a high-quality activity and experience while they're still in our schools, right? And so youth apprenticeship has been a winning strategy, not only for other states, but for Maryland. It is a viable option in our state when a registered apprenticeship is not available, and we've proven that over the last 10 years. But also viable opportunities, I think about through our agricultural programs, right? And so a number of apprenticeship programs in ag gets a little bit tricky because of the ages, if you're around pesticides or if you're working around certain chemicals or farm equipment. But in those instances, working with farmers in local communities in a school-based enterprise is a viable option where they can also get that experience. So our intent is, what is the bridge that we can create that still give high quality experiences to kids so that as the apprenticeship side of the house ramps up, we can transition to that. But this is sort of the messy middle we're living in right now.
Great. Ms. Leonard.
Just quickly, thank you so much for sharing all this. And lifting up the MSDE is doing the work to have the kids ready for those registered apprenticeships. And an additional pressure point, which I didn't hear you articulate, so I just wanted to lift up, was last month we heard from the Maryland Corps Service Year folks. They're looking for 1,200 job spots for the 18 to 24-year-olds as well.
Yes.
And so that's another either partner to bring in or another pressure point for the small number of spots available with the now 16 to 24-year-olds that we're looking to place in those work opportunities.
Yep, great point. Thank you.
Any final comments? Dr. Johnson?
Again, I want to thank you for your information. I'm trying to understand how your apprenticeship is going to work in these high schools. Will it be similar to dual enrollment that we have for students who are college-bound and they're enrolled in the university or college and also in the high school? How does this implementation of the apprenticeship panned out?
It's a wonderful question, and my response is yes and, right? I think we're in a really unique opportunity here in this state that, there's been a lot of publications over the last 5-7 years about blurring the lines between high school and college and work. And I don't think there are a lot of solid examples of doing that at scale, and I think that is exactly what Maryland is building right now. And so when we think about what a student would like to do, right, it starts with good advising in middle school, and then it puts a student on a path where they no longer have to make choices because of how we have designed scheduling, how we've designed programs like comprehensive arts and advanced academics and CTE programs. You no longer have to say, well, I would really like to be an automotive student, but I really need to take a dual enrollment class, right? I'd really like to be a doctor, but if I take a CTE health science pathway, then I can't take my AP anatomy and physiology class, so I'm going to go the AP route because colleges like that better, perhaps. Those are faux choices that students have to make because the system has been designed where there are silos, right? The entire intent of a program like this is a student can just be a student. And as they move through a pathway that may have an apprenticeship, they also have the opportunities to convert that work experience into dual enrollment credit, or maybe some of the classes for related instruction that they're taking as part of that apprenticeship are also dual enrollment classes. Maybe some of those courses are also advanced academic courses, right? Or maybe a student being in the arts sings to them and they don't want to build houses, but they really want to build a stage in a theater. It's the same tool set, pun intended, right? And giving them the opportunities to have all of these experiences that they want to be able to have access to. If a student could look back and say, I didn't choose all of the things that were put in front of me, but I had the opportunity to do them if I wanted, then I think we've done our job.
All right, Mr. Barnes.
Okay, Mr. Richard, are you ready for your obligatory
You know
Omari
what?
comments?
I was up all night just anticipating what this was going to be.
I really appreciate the fact that we're leaning into industry-recognized credentialing and also other co-curricular opportunities while this side of things is ramping up. As you mentioned, this follows up on Mr. Kerwin's question. I know that we don't have a state that has yet reached the robust nature of the system that we are pursuing, but is there any state that has at least tried to do so and perhaps they plateaued or is close or they're ramping up in any way?
So here's what's interesting. If we were trying to put Maryland side-by-side comparison on states that are doing youth apprenticeship, while we've made really great progress, I would say that we're not in the top 3, right? Like, we've done a good job, but there are other states that are trailblazers here. If we are able to meaningfully pull this off at scale, right? And if we were to get, let's say, 4,050, right, by 2031, I think that would put Maryland in the top echelon of this. Like, we would be the trailblazer, right? Other people would be looking at this. At the same time, I've been in a lot of rooms on the national level having these conversations, and I know that it's a guaranteed audience gasp if I simply tell them what the blueprint goal is, right? And so, can we get there? Yes. It requires a lot of systems operating perfectly to get there. And I think that's the piece that should give us pause. And then also those areas where we know there needs to be a catalyst, like finding ways to provide that catalyst for that side of the system to work, right? And I think what the data is showing us right now is we're doing pretty well on the education side, driving student interest. Over the next 6 years, that's going to grow. We don't have a fully operational career counseling system in place yet, right? This is still at the very beginning stages. You layer that with a 6-year plan, with student excitement around the opportunities, and I think in 6 years, like, the supply of students is going to be crazy large. At the same time, we're not seeing the same growth on the apprenticeship seat side. And that gives me pause, right?
Wonderful. This is certainly a generative presentation. I am looking around the room and know there are about 20 other questions that people have, and that's what this work is all about, right? This is a new way of thinking, and I would say that how prescient of the blueprint to have seen the need for us to rethink college and career pathways even more as we look at Maryland's economy now, in light of the disinvestment in our state from the federal government and the new economy that our children and young people now will grow up in. We need to be a lot smarter, a lot tighter as we think about our education system and our labor market. We've got to get tighter like many of the Rust Belt states have gotten. That's what our future requires, and I want to thank you for your work. The last thing I would say is this is a chicken and egg problem. Right? 2 years ago, the problem was we weren't at scale. And businesses who want it, so we're going to constantly be in this place, and the key word is partnership. We've got to work together, and I would just note that the governor was clear that this is a goal that he has embraced in his State of the State. And so we are all getting on the same page, and just want to thank you for your leadership on behalf of, just was conversing briefly with Vice Chair Kerwin. This is an impressive presentation. We appreciate your leadership, and we're very excited for the work ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're now prepared for our afternoon public comment. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We'll take in-person registrants first. Zoom is the platform we use for virtual public comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the full boards, not to individual board members. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Public comment submissions may not be related to personnel matters or issues pending in appeals to a local board or to the state board. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to staff, who will see that the copies are made available to all board members. Any additional rules to follow?
No.
Okay. To date, we have 2 in-person registrants. We'll start with Rhea Gupta from Strong Schools of Maryland on Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Good afternoon and welcome.
Let me turn that on. Now you can hear me. Good afternoon, members of the State Board and AIB. For the record, my name is Rhea Gupta. I am the Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland, but I'm here today representing the Blueprint Coalition. Today, we submitted to the boards a sign-on letter from 31 organizations, including but not limited to MSCA, BTU, AFT Maryland, Cash Campaign, Maryland Hunger Solutions, Public Justice Center, SOMOS, Maryland Center on Economic Policy, to name a few. This breadth of support spanning labor, food security, education advocates and coalitions, legal advocacy, immigrant communities, economic experts, and youth organizations reflects how many Marylanders have a stake in getting this right. Getting what right? This letter responds to the passage of Senate Bill 311, which was passed this session, and directs the AIB and MSDE to identify a new methodology for counting students from low-income households, and critically requires that they do so through a collaborative and transparent process. We want to first acknowledge the AIB and MSDE staff who worked alongside advocates to make sure that language was written into law, so thank you. That mandate, however, is only as strong as the process built to fulfill it, and that's why we're here today. The method used to count students living in poverty is not just a technical detail. It determines per pupil allocations through the compensatory education weight and which schools qualify for the concentration of poverty grants and become community schools. Right now, the data we rely on is under threat. Federal cuts to SNAP and Medicaid and the chilling effects of immigration enforcement on program participation mean that direct certification is becoming less reliable even as our immigrant student populations grow. We risk undercounting students in poverty, not because poverty has declined, but because our methodology can't see them. SB 311 includes a 2-year hold harmless provision that protects districts while this work is being done. That buys us the time we need, but only if we use it well and start now. Our letter proposes 5 concrete elements: a standing stakeholder advisory group that includes community voices, a methodology review released with at least 30 days of public response, at least 1 public hearing before any recommendation is finalized, clear evidence standards so multipliers and thresholds are grounded in data, and explicit consideration of approaches beyond what the GOC report examined. The stakeholder group needs to be convened this summer, and methodology reviews needs to start now. We ask that the AIB and MSDE respond to a proposed process plan by the next AIB meeting on June 25th. We say all of this with an offer that we, the undersigned organizations, stand very ready to contribute to research, support stakeholder engagement, and work alongside you and your staff to build something districts and families can trust. 31 organizations signed this letter, and because they all believe the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Clarence Crawford, President Emeritus of the State Board, speaking on literacy and science of reading implementation. Good afternoon, and welcome back.
It's good to be back. It's even better to be on this side of the table. I want to just thank you very much. Want to thank President Michael and Chair Leggett, the combined boards, Dr. Wright and her team. I want to take just a minute to just also acknowledge Elliot Schoen. Elliot is retiring. Elliot was a great resource and a great friend, and I just want to thank him. My advice to you is do not talk to me, Dr. Wright, or several of the other people in the room about post-retirement, because I think we've all failed 5, 6, 7. Dr. Golson, 5, 6, 7, 10 times, so stay away from us. We can't help you there. I want to just praise the state leadership, including, when I talk about this is the board, MSDE and AIB. I couldn't be more proud of you. I brag on you all the time in terms of you've kept your focus on children, educating children, and trying to figure out what is the right thing to do. A wise former county executive told me once that one of the most important performance metrics of the job was, did you get the snow removed? Well, I've been out in the community now on literacy, and you know this. Sort of the equivalent of that in our business is people want to know at the end of the day, we're going to be evaluated. Can children read? Can they count? Do they graduate? So I think keeping that, and you have that very well. We've got some tough times coming up. over the next few years if we look at budget and things of that nature. And I would just urge you to stay focused on the North Star, fully implement the science of reading, and if possible, expand the amount of coaches. Watching coaches, and the coaches are doing a great job. But if children can't read, they're not going to be able to do math. They're going to struggle with the apprenticeships. So making sure children can read. And last thing I want to do is invite you. We have a literacy summit, July the 17th at Suitland High School, and we invite you to come. We'll send more information, but we're really working with the public school system, a lot of the things that Dr. Golston and I talked about years ago, and with the community, and really focusing on how do we, the community, support system-wide transformation. We have bold goals. 2/3 of our third graders will be reading at grade level in 5 years. Once we get there, it'll be 90%. So we have bold goals. This is system-wide. This is not looking at the 130 elementary schools, system-wide. That's what we're working on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you much.
We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have our virtual participants. First up, we have Allison Gregg, Maryland Art Education Association, to discuss the pre-K-12 math policy. Okay, I don't believe Ms. Gregg is here with us. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Alita Gary Carter on special education.
Hello, Dr. Alita Gary. I just graduated with my doctoral degree, and I'm happy to speak. Thank you. So when the nurse practitioner laid my child on my chest after I gave birth and within my first embrace, I never thought I would need to attend a special education meeting. I never thought the system would be so dysfunctional that I would need to save every email, record each IEP meeting, spend more than $5,000 in educational advocates, and spend more than $1,000 in special education trainings, dedicate all night to drafting complaints, cross-referencing data, and still have to go to work in the morning. I never thought that I would need to bear my soul, my pain, and my trauma at the hand of the education system before the IEP teams, the County Board of Education, the State Board of Education, the Accountability and Implementation Board, Maryland legislators, or various other platforms I have shared. I never thought I would exhaust my sick leave to the point of being disciplined professionally to ensure my children are safe and adequately cared for when I leave them at their respective schools. But here I am again, unpaid for my labor, without a retirement plan from the state, without benefits, yet doing vital work that is often demonized and retaliated against to improve special education. No teachers or administrators unions have paid me or donated to my political campaign or hired me as a policy advisor to influence policy at the state level. But here I am again. And I hope one day that my attendance will be to highlight the vast improvements parents like me are experiencing. But today, that is not my testimony. Today, I have a repeat call to action. Introduce a motion to revise Education Article 2-205 to grant increased enforcement authority to MSDE to have the legal power to enforce corrective action of substantiated violations in their findings by allowing them to order corrective action IEPs to be held within 30 days of a letter of finding being issued. I testified either last month or the month before that with a similar call to action without any meaningful progress toward this request. Secondly, allocate funding to train and hire more investigators for MSDE and thoroughly train the current and the newly hired staff. And finally, increase oversight of compensatory education and ESY determinations to ensure they are indeed individualized. In Howard County at Phelps Lake Elementary, the data for the past 3 years, when contrasted to this year's partial data I received in March, showed that there was an 84.6% decision rate of no. And to give the raw data, that was 26 students and only 4 of them had received a favorable ESY decision. In the past 2 years, that rate had not exceeded 60% for the no outcomes. I beg that you do something to help our babies, whether they are in infants and toddlers or preparing to graduate, all 108,000 of them. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you for joining us. Finally, we have Frank Patinella, Maryland ACLU, discussing multilingual learners.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Mr. Leggett, Dr. Wright, Ms. Heiss, and members of the board. My name is Frank Patinella, and I'm a senior policy advocate with the ACLU of Maryland. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Wright and Dr. Michael for being responsive and for showing up to meet with us education advocates. And a shout out to Dr. Lallinger for being responsive throughout the legislative session, and to Dr. Timmons-Parrott for working with us on issues related to multilingual learners. Which brings me to my topic here. The Community Well Coalition came together back in 2021 when the Blueprint bill passed, and we've been working with MSDE on multilingual learner policies ever since. We've provided input on a number of policies, including language access policy, the science of reading plan, guidance for serving SLIFE students. These are students who have had significant interruptions in their education or limited access to education and need extensive support. We've also met with Mr. Sanderson to provide input on the WIDA access test and better ways to determine when a student can exit the ESOL program so that they can join the general population and benefit from all of the educational offerings at the school. While we've worked relatively well with MSDE, the big issue is about implementation. Our coalition has members around the state. They're teaching in classrooms, they're students in various counties, and their parents and family members throughout the state. And the bottom line is that they aren't seeing the changes at the school level. They're reporting the same problems back when we brought this up 5 years ago, related to language access, dealing with staff who are not culturally competent, not seeing culturally relevant materials in their classroom, just to name a few. The MCAP scores for multilingual learners have been the lowest in the state for a long time, and since the Blueprint bill passed, maybe we're seeing slight academic gains, but we're not really seeing, they're slight. We are seeing large strides in the white population, which is widening the already existing enormous gap between these populations. We understand that big changes take time, but we like to see this population centered more in the work, along with other underserved populations that need more attention. We're asking that this board and the AIB to carve out time in your meetings to receive regular updates on multilingual learners. Particularly, the boards should be tracking progress on policy development and implementation. The second ask is about cultural competency. We're asking for an intentional and collective commitment, starting in this room, then to the LEAs, then to the individual schools, and finally to the adults in the schools who teach and care for our children every day. Building a culturally responsive and competent school needs to be an active practice and part of the everyday routine in our schools. And we're here to help, so please reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and for joining us this afternoon. That concludes public comment. We have one additional business item concluding from our executive session. We have several opinions to announce from the State Board. Mr. Schoen, can you read our opinions, please?
Yes, I'm back. I think I'm back here today. Yes, for one final time. There are 4 appeal memorandum to announce in the matter of the request for removal of local board member Colt Black. The State Board, although disturbed by the facts that were alleged, does not issue charges in the request for removal. In MM versus Carroll County Board of Education, which was a bus stop relocation request, the State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. In Natasha White versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was an employee reassignment retaliation complaint. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. And in TH and AH versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education, this was a unique matter for the board involved the McKinney-Vento federal law. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. State Board President Dr. Michael dismissed the following appeals. Autoflex Fleet, Inc. versus Montgomery County Board of Education was dismissed for failure to exhaust administrative remedies. In LJ versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was dismissed for mootness. SC versus Baltimore County Board of Education, this also was dismissed for failure to exhaust administrative remedies. In SP and MD versus Harford County Board of Education, this was dismissed for mootness. Now, there are 2 orders where the State Board, because of the procedural posture, voted to dismiss, and the first one was EM and CM versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a request for reconsideration from a previous decision of the local board. And the second matter dismissed by the state board was TJ and DJ versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was an order addressing a remand. I'm sorry, it wasn't dismissed. The state board opinion was modified based on the order from a remand from the Court of Appeals. This was TJ and DJ versus Montgomery County Board of Education. And I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schoen. All right, with that, our business agenda has concluded, so we'll need to dismiss both boards. Would you like to start?
Let me again thank you for your warm hospitality today, and on behalf of all of my colleagues, I really appreciate the time that we had opportunity to go over some very important issues. Again, the cooperation that we've had among the two boards, the work ahead. I did want to make a comment related to community schools, and I feel compelled to do so. We are making an awful lot of progress, I think, in providing resources for those in need throughout the state. But the long term is that we need to reduce the need in the first place. And those things are interrelated. When we see that we're in a position today whereby we have to provide community schools the resources to address things that should be addressed broadly throughout the entire community, that we reduce the problems or eliminate it before we get to that point. I'm reminded some years ago when I chaired the county's Human Rights Commission that deals with issues of discrimination, racism, and a number of other issues. And someone said, well, you've been the chair of this commission for 4 or 5 years, and I hope that in 10, 15, 20 years from now, that you'll come back and visit us sometime. Well, my first reaction was that if I'm coming back in 20 years to visit this organization, then obviously we have failed to address the real problem within the community, because the objective here should be to eliminate the organization altogether. Someday we could get to a point where we're not talking about what we do with community schools and how we properly fund them. Someday we will get to a chance whereby we are eliminating the problem. I am deeply appreciative of what we are doing today, and someday we will eliminate the problem. But unfortunately, today is not that day. And so we do need community schools, but our objective should be let's work our way out of that necessity to begin with, because we addressed the problem much earlier in the process. So with that, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, well, we'll go ahead and adjourn the State Board of Education. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, Mr. Barnes, I've got a second by Mr. Clash. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, State Board is adjourned.
Is there a motion to adjourn the AIB? There's a second to the motion?
I'll second.
All moved and second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you.